Sirens fear art. You should fear me.
Didn't this change? It's kind of weird.
Old wisdom, young hands, big plans.
It's definitely running better than when I last played it.
You must destroy the enemy life stones. Fight!
Oh, this is so much better. What is going on? Oh, they optimized the shit out of this, yo. Still runs. I wonder how it looks on stream. It looks terrible on stream. Let me see if I can fix that.
Level up.
Hello.
Level up time. My brush is glowing.
Oh wow. And how does it look on stream? Oh, it looks so much better on stream. Okay. They optimized the shit out of this. No, it's true.
I like where this is going.
Yeah, they optimized the shit out of this. That's crazy.
Level up.
Oh wow, I'm gonna die. And I'll deserve it. He is actually chasing me, like legit.
Words, shield me. Oh, that's him. Oh, that's him. Level up. I just keep getting better and better. Oh, that's
I'll keep them healing for him. Okay. Should have thought about it sooner. I didn't realize that actually hurts. The minions actually hurt. Well, now I can actually play the fucking game.
Let's call that a rough draft.
Yeah, they optimized the shit out of this. What is this?
Storms of power! Devour them!
This is fucking house.
Shield me. The ink won't hold.
We're gonna be okay. They're fuckers. Oh, yeah, this is a good one.
Seal of immortality. Do your thing. The ink won't hold.
How many of these things can he generate? That's a lot of them. Oh my gosh. Oh god.
Sacred scroll, protect me.
It's about time. What the fuck? Oh my gosh.
Ancient word, stand with us. Oh, that hit. Oh, that suck. Sacred scroll, protect me.
Oh boy. Wow. Okay. Sure. What is going on? Okay. Let me think. Let me see. Can I like look at my other people fight? Or am I just permanently here until... Yeah, it looks like I'm permanently here until I
Error
spawn.
is human, art is demanding. The ink won't hold. Better and better.
What is that?
The ink won't hold.
Okay, hold up. First of all, you're getting away with too much. And I just started the fucking game. Nothing should be dying right now. Is it me, or is he just going too hard on this? Like, I just don't want to give up this goddamn lane.
Seal of immortality, do your thing. I like where this is going.
Oh yeah, I would love to go into other lanes, but I just don't want him to claim this. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fight him off. I don't know anything about the game, but yeah, that's what it is. I think he just knows more about the game than I do.
Ink fades, but not my determination.
If he's doing something right, I'm doing something wrong. This is just my first game, so. Wait.
Seal of
I'm wondering how he gets to summon those huge monsters so early. Like, what is going on with that? Is this game appropriately balanced?
Wrong territory.
But it's still my territory.
Ancient words, stand with us.
Storms of battle! Devour them!
There you go. Okay, taken care of.
Wrong territory. That's it. Ancient words, stand with us. 10 minutes in. How's everyone doing?
It's only been 10 minutes. That's hilarious. That is so hilarious. This is only 10 minutes in. Can you believe it?
Limestone, but the source still flows. It's okay. Glad you can join us, Titan. Whoops. No room.
Maximum population reach. Okay, I don't give a shit actually.
Storms of battle!
Titan sure seem alive.
Oh,
Whoops.
oh, that is not the direction I want you guys to go. But okay.
Ancient
Listen.
words, stand with us.
All
A good
stats.
choice, I think.
Yeah, exactly. What is going on? This game has been insanely optimized. I can actually play it. It is I can actually make a good judgment. Yay! Isn't that crazy?
Whoops. No room. Whoops. No room. A new level. Let's put it to use.
Yeah, can things die when I like set it on fire? That'd be nice.
Whoops. No room.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I figured. Let's see. Let's try to do better. Ah, man, it's level 23. 24. What determines my population? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I see it now. Okay. Okay, I get it now.
Level up time. Looks like we're full. A good choice, Seal of Immortality. Do your thing.
So the Titan's dead. The Titan that I summoned. Yep, I think it is because I don't see it. They're gonna win, and I'm not gonna know why. Like the real reasons why. And it's going to crazy.
Wrong territory.
Look at this shit. Look at it. Look at it. Oh my god. I keep summoning monsters and they keep dying. Yeah, I know it. It's okay.
1 minute. The last line is now.
Yeah, we're good. We are good. It's okay. Alright, let's try this again. Now that that's over. Oh yeah, I'm definitely an alpha. Yeah. Yeah. That's me. That perfectly describes my position. Alright. There's no getting past that. Okay, so what are we doing here? What's going on? Wait, so yeah, I want to quit because I want to look at my current deck. What does this do? Okay, this modifies the deck that I'm currently working with. Okay, got you. Why is this video slow? That seems kind of odd. So it's a wyvern and a skeleton one. What does this do? So mid-range projectiles. So actually, I might have made this. Class creatures that explode on contact. We both damage to buildings. Got you. This is what I was going up against. That's what this does. Why is this slow? It's not, I mean, maybe it's meant to be slow, but why is it slow in the sense that it has frame drops? Like, this is smooth. Why is it slow but not smooth? Okay, whatever. Let's move on. This is a tight. Oh no, this is a building. Oh, okay. So instead of these motherfuckers, I could just summon a goddamn building. Huh, interesting game. Definitely interesting. Okay. So let's try this. It's already committed to playing. that the dragon? Is that what it is? Okay, good. Did I name my deck? Where can I name my deck? It says it's called default deck. But where can I name it? It seems like I could name it, because this is clearly called Mystic Scribe A, but where do I name it? Do I name it up here? No. Those are the settings. I did this already. Okay, you guys can't see. Okay, fine, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. We need to create a better token for now. Just all for 2 damage. Strike with to damage to boost allies max HP. Oh, okay. Mark the enemy with massive shield seal. Now I know I can do that. I really need to try it. I'm not sure if I want the heal. I know it takes a lot. But just what is this? Another circle that resurrects creatures with partial health. That's a strategy. But will it work? I don't know. At least one creature rank 2 or 1. Yeah, I have one. I have them. Wait. Why is it saying? Why is it saying? No, maybe I will keep the hero ring. Let's see. Let's play that again. Um. Okay. Oh, we're in. Good. 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 Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure the map was selected.
The source is my ink. The tapestry is my scroll.
Oh fuck! Oh wait, no. This is where some. This is not where I select the deck. There's two Spellcasters. They should like if everybody's ready, they should. It should just immediately go to the next section. Okay, here we go. So we have this deck that we just made, and we are sailing it. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go. Did everybody forget that this beta was happening? Did nobody come back? I'm looking at the the Twitch page. Interesting. Very interesting. That kind of sucks. Clout chasers, all of them.
Destroy the enemy life stones and protect
Clout
yours.
chasers, all of
To
them.
battle.
Okay. All right, here we go. What? What do you mean? Yeah, spawn that shit. I said to spawn, so spawn, baby. I'm just, you know. I'm just sitting down.
Looks like we're full.
Are we? Are we really full? Oh yeah, okay, I get it. Can we just like take this?
Level up. Nice, nice. I just keep getting better and better.
Oh shit, they're breaking off.
No room.
That's just gonna be one, so it's fine. Is there a chest or something?
Looks like we're full.
Can I pick that up? I can. Good. Okay. So, what we doing? Oh, give me more damage. What are you talking about?
I like where this is going. Oh, that's it! Wrong territory.
Okay, can we take it? Take it, thank you.
Level up. Nice, nice.
I don't think
I
charges
keep
is
getting better and better.
charges is not what I need. That's for sure.
Shield me. Seal of immortality. Do your thing. Seal of immortality. Do your thing.
Oh,
Seal of immortality. Do your thing.
and hers is gonna fail before mine does. Oh, I see what she's doing. Okay.
Shield me.
Can I have some more? I can sell more, right? I can sell more.
Whoops. No room. Let ink be my ward. Let ink be my ward. The ink won't hold. Whoops. No room.
Oh, she's summoning the big
Wrong
one.
territory. Looks like we're full. Ward, shield me. Level up.
Oh, why did that hurt so much?
Whoops. No room. It's working. Looks like we're full. Let ink be my ward.
You know what I should really do? While she's busy with that. You know what I should really do? I I should go to another lane and help them out. Oh, that looks really bad. Free only. Don't mind if I do.
I like where this is going.
So they're gonna like move forward eventually, right? Or are we just gonna sit here? I have to be mindful where I spawn them next time. Apparently that matters too.
Ancient words. Stand with us. Looks like we're full.
Apparently that matters too. Are they standing?
Ancient words. Stand with us. Ancient words. Stand with us. Level up. Nice, nice. I just keep getting better and better.
Oh, they took out the bridge. Holy shit. I didn't even know you could do that.
Let ink be my reward. Let ink be my reward.
This is making a lot of sense. It's not good. Get up. I'm wondering why I can't cast a firestorm. Like, why is that not an option?
Looks like we're full. Level up time. My brush is glowing.
Oh, I'm taking damage. I don't like that.
Whoops. No room.
Okay,
Seal of
gotcha.
immortality. Do your thing. I just keep getting better and better.
Oh, now it's my
Seal of
turn.
immortality. Do your thing. Seal of immortality. Do your thing. Let ink be my ward.
That'd be great if I spawn more.
Looks like we're full.
Yep.
Warren, shield me.
Oh, of course. Give it to me.
No room.
Delicious. Delicious. I am so glad I did that.
Level up. Nice.
Yeah, make that hurt harder. I love that. I like it when it hurts.
Sacred scroll, protect me. Ancient words, stand with us.
Or she did that. I do need to take this back, but oh, this is outside the field. Good. Maybe I can still, if I work on this guy.
Let ink be my ward.
There are two of them.
Ancient words, stand with us.
Gosh, for real, guys. Alright, I'm gonna leave since he did that.
Looks like we're full.
How are we doing over there? We're probably not doing very good, are we? Since I left. Yep. Yep, I thought correct.
10
Looks
minutes.
like we're full.
This could go either way.
10 minutes in. How's everyone doing? Whoops. No room.
What's going on over there? Hold on.
We stand tall.
Yeah, stop that.
Level up. Nice. I like where this is going.
I'll save that for something else. Doesn't that suck? Doesn't that absolutely fucking suck? Oh, wait, hold on.
Ancient words, stand with us.
I'm gonna make your life hell.
Sacred scroll, protect me.
You deal with that for a while. You deal with that. You deal with that for a while.
Seal of immortality, do your thing.
There we go.
Titan is ready. Finally.
Oh, it worked. My gambit worked. Look at that. What a gambit. Okay, here it goes. Alright, hold on. Where are my boys? Oh. Oh, that's what you were thinking? Okay.
Zelda, the ink will hold.
Yeah, because you need to back the fuck off. I didn't forget what you did over there. I did not forget. I didn't forget. Summon that shit. Let's go.
The ink will hold.
Excuse me. I am quite the troublemaker.
Protect me.
Why am I always like going to the car? Stay in the air, please. I need to summon more. That's the problem.
A good choice, I think.
No, it's a good choice. You're gonna stay alive for me. You're gonna stay alive for me, and we're going to do this all over again.
Do your thing.
All over again.
Looks like we're full.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Listen. Don't you think it would be funny if we did this?
Wrong territory. Looks like we're full.
I think the Titan I summoned earlier may have fallen. I have to go back down there and check.
Seal of immortality, do your thing.
Yeah, I think they're in trouble. The Titan just fell.
Seal of immortality, do your thing.
Hey, how's it going? Whoa.
A new level.
I took it. Yay. Yum, 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 yum. Okay, yeah, give me more charges, please. That spell is very fun. And, makes me win things. This is crazy, dog. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta, like, love. Love is the answer, you know? And, Pillars of Fire, you know? It's just... I'm wondering if I can stack these. Just stack them. Let's do it. Let's do that. Let's stack them. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Let's stack them. Let's stack them.
Whoops. No room.
Yum, yum, yum. Oh my gosh, why are there so many Titans here, guys? What is going on? Okay, I'm just gonna take this. Hold on. Why you guys do that? I'm just gonna take this.
Looks like we're full. A new level.
Yes.
Let's put it to use.
Beautiful. Hold on, what's going on over here? Okay, this looks like it's in trouble.
Looks like we're full. Let ink be my ward.
Oh shit! Okay, hold up. Hold up. They weren't able to pull this off, so I'm gonna work on it.
Ancient words, stand with us.
Right? No, this is good. Wait.
Seal of immortality. Do your
One
thing.
minute. This is it.
1 minute. The last line is now. Looks like we're full.
Troublemaker, baby. Causing mass dysfunction everywhere I go.
Gone. Level up time. My brush is glowing.
Maximum charges. Damage? Yeah, maximum charges,
10,
actually.
9,
A good
8,
choice.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Okay. That was definitely better. Excuse me. But still could use a little work. You know. Work on that. Let's work on that. Work on that deck building. Yes. So that went pretty well. That went very well, in fact. Proud of myself for that one. We definitely need a level 3 though. What does this do? Oh, I see why to pick it now. The deck needs to be larger, I think. What's a counter to the large units? So hold on. Can I just... What target? Try this. Let me try another guy. It's a wyvern and lizard archer. Lizard archer does what? Grand lightning? Oh, okay. Yeah. Instead of the fire. Why'd they give him that though? Why don't you just give him? Well, it's okay. He's a fire elementalist, so don't give him the fire elementalist stuff. Let's see. Oh, she has way more spells. Go shot. Which the Swamp Witch is the similar deck to. Oh, but she doesn't have the heal raid. That's the difference. That again.
parents fear art. You should fear me.
Oh, right. None of the players must demand to belong to the lack of players. Is a weird guiding back to the main menu. Oh, Samila. You see, am I still in that subreddit? I have to be in that subreddit, right? Yeah, I'm still in that subreddit. I stayed.
Old wisdom, young hands, big plans.
Come on. This game has been optimized to hell. It's so much better. I can actually fucking play the game. I don't have much to play in this channel. Okay. This one. Oh yeah. I forget his right click. Alright, we're in.
Words, shield me.
Whoa. Whoa. Stop. Stop moving around. Stop it. Stop it.
Level up.
I don't think the game is responding to me. Announcements, introductions. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I thought that was a problem. Hold on, I need to get feedback. Sticking growing, flying up and down, should not be bouncing same button. Advanced tutorial page, results. Ideal. Maybe I could show by what I'm typing in Discord. Where are you? If I'm going to do that, probably something I can do. Yes, so something. Okay, cool. It's just separate. Shouldn't say optimize to hell, optimize well. I can have performance. Okay. It's still loading? There. It's still loading. Huh. Interesting. Okay. No, it's no biggie, not really. I don't know. Maybe I'll replace this with Supervive after in a little bit. Let's share. Back to login screen. Oh, they actually have skins. Cool.
Tyrants fear art. You should fear me.
Oh wow. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one to see if I can. I'm gonna leave this one here, but which I've tried twice. Very good. There, that's what I'll do. There. Yeah, because when you're in a beta, you're supposed to leave feedback. And if you don't leave feedback, then how are they gonna like improve the game? Okay, got you. I'll be back. Let's see. Uh, let's see. Okay, cool. All right, let's just load it up and that was fun when I played it. When I actually had a chance to like sit down and play it and like uh, mess around with the decks and see how they interact. And, oh my gosh. So where did we leave off last time? Last time we should definitely look into D'Angelo. You make your way through the now familiar rusty maze of the grain terminal and up the stairs to D'Angelo's office. D'Angelo's quote-unquote office. Yeah. This time, however, you find the room firmly locked. Is my mic on? Okay, good. There's a note pinned on the door. You rip it off, and scan the crooked letter. There's been another one at the scene now. Come to bed, stew. Bed study? Corner up, let's Pulowski and gravy ASAP. Looks like D'Angelo could you help her get going. As you approach the address, D'Angelo gave you a squad car. A squad car passes you by, sirens blazing. Following it, you make a turn from Dekpla Avenue into Pulowski Street. Sure enough, the street is awash with red lights, and the 4 or so police cars parked on the nearest corner, next to an ambulance, confirm that you're in the right place. You move closer to what appears to be a New York's finest convention, looking around in hopes of spotting a familiar, if not altogether pleasant face. No such luck. True to his Nosferatu lineage, D'Angelo is nowhere to be seen. You stop on the sidewalk across the street, trying not to draw attention to yourself. All of a sudden, one of the cops standing by the entrance to the building looks straight at you. He does a double take and you instinctively look away. Bad move, you think to yourself as you notice him making his way towards you. Probably allowing panic to set in, you stand your ground doing your best ordinary citizen impression, pretty much. The cop waddles, because you're not trying to, like, seem weird to the cop. Cop waddles around the street towards you, his sense of authority putting that extra spring in his step. You try to remain calm, even as he puts his hand on his holster. Shit, you can't help but mouth the word. This is about to get messy. Suddenly he stops as if instinctively realizing that he was just inches away from a grisly demise. He waves at you dismissively and yells in a thick Brooklyn accent. Hey, this here's an active crime scene. Be on your way. Relieved, but trying not to show it, you put on your grumpy New Yorker face and start to walk away. Oh yeah. As you make your way past the dark alley, someone grabs you by the arm and pulls you into shadows. If the smells of cigars and cheap cologne doesn't give them away, the gravelly voice sure does. Nice save. I mean, dumb to show your face around here in the first place, but still, come on, I parked around the corner. Before you know it, you're sitting in the passenger seat of a busted old sedan parked halfway a block away, giving you a nice view of the police gathering. Hey, how about you do your shadow skulky thing? Maybe you can find some way to let me in from the inside. Shadow skulky kid. Jesus, kid. Childish phrase inside. It's a good way. It's as good as an approach as any, I guess. Without another word, he gets out the car and heads for the nearby back alley. Watch in silence as he disappears into the shadows. You pass another one, and another one. You begin to wonder, what if there were more cops inside? What if your moldy partner has gotten himself in trouble? Suddenly, a shadowy silhouette appears in one of the windows on the second floor. It looks like he made it after all. At least you hope it's him. The shadow waves at you and points to the corner of a building. Opposite of 2 cops, you get out of the car and quietly make your way towards the alley. Sure enough, you find that a fire escape ladder has been conveniently dropped for you. Good work, D. You mumble to yourself as you climb to the second floor. Finding the crime scene proves easy enough. You just follow the yellow police tape. Before you know it, you're standing in the middle of what used to be someone's living room. The place has been completely trashed. Knocked over furniture, shattered glass, the works. Looking around, you notice a sign scribbled on a nearby wall. It reads, "His gifts are fate." You're no expert in typography, but the crooked letters look similar to the ones you saw back in Red Hook. Sure enough, there's very little in terms of blood, save for the occasional stain that is bound to end up on the carpet once you toss someone through a glass coffee table. D'Angelo leans against the doorway. He seems lost in his thoughts, sucking on the cigar compulsively and mumbling to himself. You lean over to a bit, trying not to make it obvious that you're listening in. You manage to capture the last few lines of his monologue. I've been kind to them so far, but The questions keep piling on, and now they found themselves amidst a wreckage of another life. It was up to them. I stacked through the debris and come up with a neat little pile of answers. Suddenly, he sits up out of sensing your eyes upon him. Feel free to chip in, kid. Anything catch your eye? No blood, same as before. At least none spelt, so what does that tell us? Might be the kindred we're after? Just another feeding killer's kindred might be the one we're after. Might doesn't make right. Let's not make assumptions till we see the body. Still, the pattern is consistent. Goddamn, I hate where this is going. Which is me being right about a thin blood involvement, I mean. Anyways, looks like we're not getting any more out of this place. No way around it. We got to see the body. Sure. And for a penny and for a pound, might as well be prudent. My thoughts exactly. The Dustborn has it bad as it is, and if I'm gonna accuse one of them of breaching the Masquerade, I want solid evidence. I mean, rock fucking solid. Yeah. Lucky for us, I might know someone who can get us an audience with our dearly departed. To your surprise, he pulls out a cell phone and busts a busted old clamshell. He flips it open and spends a good minute browsing through the contacts, muttering to himself. Finally, he makes a call. Hey, know who this is? Yeah. That favor you owe me? Time to deliver. Listen, I know you got a fresh one. The murderer in bed's doing. I need to take a look. Yes, now. Yeah, you better. With that, he hangs up and gives you his trademark weary smile. Are we good? So, are we good? Yeah, we're good. Next stop, Kings County. Yeah, Kings County, the bleeding heart of Brooklyn. It's beating as hard as ever, with ambulance after ambulance bringing in sick and wounded New Yorkers to be pumped through the tight arteries of the healthcare system. It's a dangerous place for a kindred to show their face, incessantly crowded and full of people who specialize in noticing all sorts of physical afflictions, especially the sort that make up the very essence of a vampire's existence. For instance, death. Thankfully, your business here tonight keeps you away from the hectic human hive mind of the ER. Instead, you follow D'Angelo to a relatively quiet part of the underground parking lot that's closest to your current point of interest, the Kings County morgue. Having found yourself a convenient and suitably unlit spot near the hospital wall, wait patiently for D'Angelo's contact to appear. Every now and then you glance over to an undead gumshoe as if to make sure his moldy mug isn't showing any signs of worry. It isn't, or at least he's very good at hiding. Finally, after 30 minutes or so, a lone figure emerges from the side entrance. Sorry. As the human-shaped shadow walks by, you're quick to recognize him as the EMT you saw back at the murder site. Clearly nervous, the 20-something-year-old redhead can't seem to help but look back and make sure no one is following him. Finally, he stops, lights up a cigarette without even looking in your direction. He takes a puff and exclaims, seemingly to no one in particular, "Room 112, you got 20 minutes. D'Angelo speaks without looking at you. That's our cue. You follow the Fang detective to the same door the ER walked out of. Luckily, this wing of the hospital seems unusually empty. Still, the confidence in which D'Angelo makes his way through the white and green corridors makes it clear he's been here before. Finally, he stops in front of one of the doors, room 112. That's your stop. The room is small, with only one oversized freezer by the wall and a single slab mounted in the center. Surely enough, the body of a middle-aged man is splayed out on its steel surface. Even for a dead man, he seems unnaturally pale. Extreme blood loss will do that to you. Try as you might, you can't help but look at the man's face. His features twisted in an abject horror. If this was not a peaceful death. Wow, looking closely, you notice two small puncture wounds on the victim's neck. If ever there was a clear sign of a vampire attack, you've yet to see it. Looking over at D'Angelo, you notice his lips moving in unfamiliar fractures. He's narrating again. Before he can utter an intelligible word, he cut in with a remark. Suck dry, just like the last one. Yeah, I'm guessing you noticed the teeth marks as well. He points to the two barely visible marks on the victim's necks. Dead giveaway. Fuck. As if on cue, the door swings open. A tired-looking man with a stethoscope around his neck walks in, with his eyes fixated on his clipboard. He doesn't appear to notice you yet. What? Why did it delete it? Huh. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see what that... Okay. Oh, well, welcome to the stream. Hi, how's it going? Not sure why the message is retracted. I'm trying to bring it back, but I can't. Oh, hey. Yeah, hi. How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Not sure why, Gasp message delay is much faster. Okay, yeah. Then on Twitch. I think it's because, yeah, well, I did set the latency to be ultra, low, so, that might have something to do with it. Twitch just has, like, normal load. I gotta predict the conversation. Yeah. But yeah, so, well, welcome to stream. I'm playing Vampire the Masquerade. But, like, not the one from, like, years ago, but, like, the one that was released fairly recently, but not the one that was just released. Vampire the Masquerade. Give me a second. Vampire the Masquerade. Coteries of New York. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It was released in it was released in 2019, and it's been sitting in my library, and I never got around to playing it. So now I'm playing it. Interesting stuff, but yeah. Sit back and enjoy. Letting your instincts take over, you pounce on the unsuspecting doctor, plunging your fangs in his aorta. The precious liquid tastes sickeningly sweet, making you feel a bit lightheaded. It appears a good doctor as being high on his own supply. It takes you a moment to get your fill, but you're finally done. You immediately feel D'Angelo's light upon you. You start coming up with an excuse, but he just smirks. You're quick, kid. I give you that. You beat me to it by a pube? Jesus. Now, come on. Let's get out of here. Time to pay our dear Primogen another visit. Yeah, it's really good, actually. I was playing it yesterday, and it gave me like pause. It gave me pause to see such good writing in a video game, and so instead of binging it, I decided after like 2 hours, I was like, no, I'm gonna come back to this, and then I'm still not regretting it. This is pretty good, and this is like an unscheduled stream, right? I decided to do this stream just for this game, and Robert Larson's home looks about the same as last time. No added security, no angry dogs prowling the yard. It appears the thin-blooded Primogen would rather risk another visit to his old foot. I wish the Bloodlines had as good as writing as the game does. Rather just another visit from his old pal D'Angelo, that will arouse suspicion of his family and neighbors. I went over that yesterday, actually. That it's really hard to make games with this much amount of depth. But they've tried, which is good considering that's who he's about to get. Sure enough, the light in Larson's study is on, and you even catch a glimpse of the man himself shuffling around the room. Look over to D'Angelo, wondering how you're going to get Larson's attention this time. Without a single word, D'Angelo walks over to a nearby street lamp, leans against it, and makes sure he's visible to any and all who happen to look. Looks like time for subtlety is over. It only takes a couple of minutes for Larson to take notice. You see him lean against the window and storm out of the room. In mere seconds, he's out in front and in D'Angelo's face. Listen to me, you moldy fuck. I had just about enough of your shit. You want to pester me? Fine, but leave my family out of it. For a moment, D'Angelo just stands there, motionless, allowing Larson to get his frustrations out. What the fuck? Suddenly, he grabs the thin wheel by the collar, lifts him off the ground, and smashes his back against the lamppost. Are you finished? All right. Now you listen to me and listen good. You think I'm enjoying this? You think I like to be jerked around? You think I got nothing better to do to hang around this little puppet theater you made for yourself? Now, either you give me a lead I can follow, or I'll start remembering things you'd rather forget. For the first time since you met him, Larson... Wow, I'm doing this better than I did yesterday. Larson looked speechless, his eyes wide with fear. He can only mutter under his breath. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Cue awkward silence. You stand there, shifting your eyes from one vampire to another. Guess it's time to either press the advantage or play the good cop. Come on, Larson. Just give us something. It's been a rough night. See, Robert? My assistant here is tired of your shit, too. So what's it gonna be? If you want my help, put me the fuck down. With his feet back on the ground, Larson straightens his collar in a faint attempt at preserving some shred of dignity. There's a place in Manhattan. There's a place in Manhattan, Lower East Side, one of the few places in the city where my people can find shelter. Yeah, I know it. If you go there right now, you might find what you're looking for. D'Angelo stares at him for a moment, just long enough to make it uncomfortable. We'd better. Finally, D'Angelo loosens his grip. You both watch Larson limp back into his house, looking back over his shoulder, like he's gonna tell the teacher on you. Oh, God. You look to your partner, meaning to ask what the whole things you rather forget deal was. As if sensing your curiosity, D'Angelo cuts in with a preemptive mutter. Come on, we got what we came for. As you reach the address Larson gave you, you find yourself standing in front of what looks like an old garage. On the outside, the place looks as uninteresting as it gets. You think it's abandoned, but if not for a few barely working lights illuminating its shabby facade. Once you're inside, however, if ever there was a place worthy of being called a wretched hive of scum and villainy, really, that old line, this is probably it. This room is littered with drunks and crackheads, humans and dimpluggs alike, their minds lost in their cruel little worlds, their bodies splayed out across the floor. D'Angelo leans over and whispers in your ear. I'll cover the back door. You stay near the front. Let's look around and see what we can find. Before you ask what exactly you're supposed to be looking for, D'Angelo disappears in the shadows. I just sucked the blood, so focusing your senses, you plunge into a full spectrum of the room, hoping to hear someone or something worthy of attention. You regret it almost instantly. The room became a deafening echo chamber, a sea of babbling lunatics, of muttering curses and drug-induced ramblings. Ooh. Like a I don't know if I can think of like a Caribbean dominoes table. You're almost ready to give up when a faint whisper catches your attention. Okay, wait, that's actually kind of too mean. Nah, that gives that poker table, that dominoes table is actually better. No, that was too well behaved. I regret saying that. A female voice stops, trembling. The gift, he speaks to us. The blood speaks. A few words are enough to tell you you've hit the jackpot. You follow the voice to its source. A young woman hunched in the corner of the room. As you walk towards her, D'Angelo emerges from the shadows right next to you. Nice catch. He kneels down beside her. You can tell he's trying to sound as comfortable as possible, but his gravelly timbre is not really working out. Hey, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk. No, don't talk. Too loud. Too loud. She seems halfway out of it. It's like the lights are on, but whoever's inside is stumbling around after one hell of a bender. Alright, you like quiet? Got it. Can you tell me your name? Sana. That's what he called me. Wait, suddenly hear the door swing open behind you, even though the night is fairly warm. A cold chill runs down your spine. You look towards the entrance. There's a woman standing there. Something about her just screams kindred. Even though she seems comically overdressed for situation, somehow you don't feel like cracking a smile. Whoever she is, you can tell she means business. She starts making her way to the back room, not making any efforts to sidestep any junkies or drunks. They all know well enough to get out of her way. Acting out of bravery or stupidity, you walk up to her. She looks at you as if something she just scraped off her shoe. You smile nervously without knowing it. Oh God, really? As soon as you open your mouth, her hand shoots out, grabbing you by the throat. Oh shit! The woman looks at you, tilting her head as if examining a curious species of insect. Suddenly, her eyes shift as she notices something's behind you. Her face turns from disgusting curiosity to sheer annoyance. You. Hey Val, that's my assistant you got there. Do you mind? She rolls her eyes. You feel the grip of your neck loosen and you awkwardly fall to your feet. She makes her way towards D'Angelo, pushing you aside like a rag doll. Oh my God. Where is she? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific, darling. Don't play coy with me, Guinea. The manslayer. I know she's here. A blood hunt has begun. By order of the prince herself, the girl is to meet her final death. Wait. Hold your horses, honey. Conducting investigation under the auspices of the sheriff. That counts for something too. Look, sweetie, I'm not here for some clit measuring contest. You want this to get ugly? Be my guest. Otherwise, I suggest you step aside and let me do my job. By all means. He steps aside in a comically exaggerated fashion. You look at the corner where you last saw Sana, but find no trace of the girl. Well, I could have sworn she was just here. Valerie looks at D'Angelo. She smiles softly. You can tell she's trying very hard not to rip his head off. You'll regret this. Story of my life. Without another word, she turns on her heel and storms out. D'Angelo waves his hand in your general direction. Come on, kid, let's get out of this shithole. As you emerge from said shithole, you feel the cold night breeze caress your face. It's soothing and almost makes you forget how shitty the last few hours have been. Almost. Okay, kid. I know you've got questions, but it's getting early, and I don't feel like having a Q&A session right now. For now, you get one question. Make it count. Ooh. Valerie, huh? So who the hell is she? She's a scourge, kid. Part enforcer, part assassin. All around pain in the ass. Oh, wow. She finds that girl before we do. We'll never find out why she did what she did. And before you ask, yes, we've run into each other in the past. No, I don't feel like talking about it. All right, kid, I don't know about you, but I'm turning in. Oh, I love a woman that can just kill me. I figured some stuff out, but I keep looking for our girl. Feel free to swing by the office in a night or two. And with that, he stumbles off into the distance, not even bothering to keep to the shadows. Can't say me blame him. It really has been a rough night. Yeah, that makes sense. Never mind, where are we? Okay, good. Recently, you feel that someone keeps telling you, time to confirm you're suspicious. Yeah, I want to look into that. Someone is following you around. Has been for a few nights, maybe longer. This can't be a good thing. The only question is, what to do about it. This is clearly something more serious than what you can figure out on your own. You have to ask Sophie for help. She must have experience with all kinds of stalkers, invisible or not. You make your way to Sophie's apartment, feeling watched the whole way. It would be better if you can shake the tail, but something but something tells you that's impossible. A ghoul lets you into Sophie's apartment. You're not sure how many servants she has, but the servility creeps you out. Does vampire blood do that to people, or is it just Sophie's personality? The ghoul tells you that Sophie's not in and bids you to wait in the living room. You do as directed, settling down on a sofa. As you sit contemplating Sophie's decor, you felt strange, as if the feeling of being followed on the street never really left you. You don't have the time to think more on this, because Sophie strides in, clearly in a good mood. If it isn't my favorite stray, am I imagining it? Or have you started to dress a little better? You stand up, too worried to waste time on small talk. I'm being followed. Some creep has been telling me for a few nights now, and I can't shake him. So you led them here? I appreciate your initiative. This is cause for concern, to be sure. In fact, Sophie looks around the room, suddenly startled. I can't believe it. As Sophie stands up, ready to face whatever danger she senses, an invisible force pushes aside her servant standing in the doorway. You hear the door to Sophie's apartment open and close. Sophie sighs, settles back down as the ghoul appears into the hallway in a vain effort to catch the stalker. I suppose I should scold you, but in a town full of Malkavians and Nosferatu, that's probably useless. Sometimes this happens. This is embarrassing. You should be careful. I assigned one of my servants to watch your haven. Wait, what just happened? You leave Sophie's apartment, chastised and confused. If invisible Oakleys and jesters can follow you anywhere, how are you supposed to stop them? Yeah, that's a good point. Perhaps it's all part of the game the kindred seem to play with each other. Hard to say if that makes it better or worse. Yeah. How am I supposed to fucking know? What? So they just follow me and like Qatar Al-Azma, the sheriff of New York, is knocking at the door of your haven. The sight comes as more than a little shocking. If he had business with you, you either expect to see him already inside or never see him coming at all. Yet there he is on the other side of the peephole, patiently and politely waiting for you to let him in. You carefully unlock the door and face him in silence as he chops your head off. No, that didn't really happen. Evie, may I come in? You simply stare at him. Your lack of an answer doesn't faze him, and your lack of resistance as he starts walking inside has obviously been interpreted as permission as he chops your head off. Once inside, he starts looking around as you cautiously stay by the door. I haven't really had time to make this place your own yet, have you? It feels like Langley's apartment through and through. A secluded study where nobody studies anything. Oh, shut up. Oh my god. Look at the books on the shelf. Obviously meant to impress guests, not to be read. They reveal nothing about their owner, aside from the aching desire to be taken seriously as an intellectual. Oh, really? You got that feeling? He picks one of them up and smirks before putting it away. The phenomenology of spirit, next to all this garbage poetry. We can make a bet. If she's read more than 20 pages, I owe you $50 and a gallon of blood. Oh my god. The kind of place that self-professed hermits entomb themselves in to suffer. Considering how much you have to run around these nights, you probably only use it to shelter from sun and rest, right? Even though he's obviously making an effort to come off as non-threatening, it's impossible to forget the first impression he made. He's also low-key just insulting you. I mean, come on now. Like taking little jabs here left and right. Well, not me, Sophie. It's more Sophie than me. Yeah, because I'm not the one who owns the apartment. You still see him as a fierce predator, trying hard not to expose his true colors. You sense a familiar fight or flight response as you struggle to find a diplomatic answer to his last question. If Kadar is bothered by your silence, he doesn't let it show. He keeps walking around, toying whatever catches his eye. Eventually, he speaks up again. Watch any baseball lately? If I had to guess, you strike me as a Red Sox fan. Now he's inviting you to talk in a more direct manner. You attempt to overcome your physical reactions to him and reply as casually as you can. Those are my options? Really? Your mind keeps going back to the night where everything was changed forever. Waking up in hell with a body next to you, spending a night in that underground sweatbox, unsure what will happen next. That endless car ride, 3 strikes, a bloodthirsty crowd, that blade, a rebirth, a baptism by fire, a frightening executioner who made sure that the flames scarred your spirit. As you look into his face, you realize he's read the emotions from yours. Not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. There's no animosity in his voice. He's just stating a fact. Let me get this straight to the point then. He momentarily stops caring about his surrounding, turning all of his attention to you and demanding the entirety of your attention in return. You see, there's something I've realized over the years. In large part, I may have been hired just to look menacingly with a sword, but my job is all about seeing through bonds and relationships. The Camarilla would be safe as long as its members adhere to certain social contracts, making their dealings and affinities plain for everyone to see. But that, obviously, remains a pipe dream. This is a community born of conspirators, overly ambitious gangsters, and politicians, monsters in denial, all sorts of tragically broken individuals. Oh boy. They are driven by desires that make them incompatible with the Masquerade, incompatible with prolonged survival of the Camarilla, incompatible with the methods I use to operate. And so I am doomed to be like a cop, constantly insulted behind my back. Maybe for a good reason, but immediately called for help whenever someone loses their tableware. Or like an Agatha Christie protagonist, outwardly assisted by everyone but constantly lied to about everyone's past and motivations, even if my failure to solve the mystery might be the end of us all. He tries to sound like he is peacefully resigned to his fate, but it's easy to detect a tinge of regret in his voice, a voice belonging to someone who once had bigger ambitions than this. Oh God, story of my life. What broke him? So you see, for this detective, the why done it is far more interesting than who done it and how done it. When you understand all the players and their mutual obligations, you easily understand every crime. But of course, the kindred know it, so they devise ways to make my job much harder, just like conspiracies between 2 unrelated actors that depend on scratching each other's backs for mutual security. Or they enforce a blood bond to make someone unexpected their thrall, a boss serving their employee, a rebel serving a tyrant, just because one is regularly being forced to drink another's blood. What has Sophie seen in you? Why does the prince keep asking me about your actions? How come you're being punished to build your own coteries so fast? You are surrounded by unclear motivations which you yourself don't understand. Oh, okay. They're talking a lot about me, like an unusual degree. You're surrounded by unclear motivations which you yourself don't understand. That unnerves me, and it should unnerve you as well. Oh, and what are your motivations? Finally, you manage to raise your voice. Kadir notices effort and smiles softly. So you haven't gotten mute since the last time I saw you. Good. Well, I'm here for a selfish reason. I need to develop a rapport with you to better fulfill my obligations. The last time we met, I couldn't see you as my equal. Now that you've been accepted into the Camarilla, what choice do I have? I understand that you don't want to see my face again, but I'm one of the faces of the New York community, and as long as you're a part of it, it's going to be impossible to avoid me, especially when I have business with you, and I do. As you might have guessed by now, one of my tasks is uncovering and understanding your bonds, and one of them might endanger our community. Well, that's not menacing at all. Who's he talking about? You mean someone I tried to recruit into my coterie? Kadir shakes his head. I'm monitoring them, and they know it, and they break the rules. They're doing it the right way, meaning I haven't learned about it yet. Oh. Unless you might want to share something. Moment of awkward silence. Joking, mostly. He produces a file from underneath his coat and passes it to you. This is our troublemaker. You open the file and see some printed photos. You freeze up as you recognize the face and are overwhelmed by a flood of repressed memories. What? Emma? The only person who's kept you hanging on through all these years, the only person you have in the corner of your never-ending fight against the world. You've kept your shit together so far, trying not to think about her until you got everything sorted out, but seeing her face brings a lump to your throat. You look up at Qatar, expecting answers. I'll be frank, at first I thought you were a total commercial failure, someone destined to eventually disappear from the streets of New York without a trace or one soul to care. But it looks like your sister is the best guardian one could ask for. Lots of friends in high places and lots of favors to collect. The word is she'll do anything to get you back. Wait, what? Oh, he's not talking about upholding the Masquerade. Okay. The risk of endangering us is relatively low, but far from non-existent. It means your sister must be stopped. Must be stopped threatening. You dread thinking what he's planning. I arranged for you to meet tomorrow so you can straighten the situation out. You say goodbye to a life you've forsaken. I forsaken. I didn't choose this. I didn't choose this life. He arranged. What? Your eyes must look like saucers right now. Usually these matters are left to my discretion, and I can't think of an easier solution. The lost sheep reappears, takes care of unfinished business, and disappears, never to be seen again, and nobody cares. Oh shit. It's simple. It's clean. No convoluted screams. No unnecessary victims. And it gives me the opportunity to learn about you. As I observe, when Neo-Knights interact with kind, they usually hold dear. Okay, I said that wrong. When Neo-Knights interact with their kind, they usually hold dear. Their true natures are laid bare for everyone to see. Of course he's invested in being kind to you. Or is he making clear his self-serving intentions that you don't start figuring them out yourself? Any objections? Any alternatives are probably worse. You shake your head. Yeah, fuck. Very well. I'll arrange a meeting and drive you there tomorrow. Better come up with a load of bull that's easy to swallow. For my sister, bro? Okay. He disappears from the apartment, leaving you as confused as the last time he closed the door on you. God damn it. You need to think it through. For a long time, you sit in your haven, lost in your thoughts, trying to come up with lies that will convince the only person who's ever seen the real you. Walking home. Last time you failed to resolve the situation in soccer, you have to get the handle on that one way or another. Aaron wants to meet. Hope decides you should see her alone or lace up your sleeve. As you leave the haven, a homeless man bumps into you. You turn after him, but he blends into the crowd before you can even get a look on his face. It's a good way you can keep it fucking out. Look at the Manhattan Bridge. Come over. D. Gets up in the window. A song grayish bird flies off. A small tree blow across like every town. When you reach the cafe, you're welcomed by a familiar face of the waiter who first led you inside. You exchange looks and nods. He hides his vape pen in the back pocket. She's been expecting you. Something happened to her car, and she hasn't exactly left her room ever since. He scratches his head, shrugs, and gestures at you to follow him. It's the same route as before, first beyond the locked door at the end of the room with all the computers, then into the endless gray labyrinth. Finally, we reach a door that will look like any other to a random bystander. Of course, by now, you know that Hope's haven lies beyond it. The waiter bids you adieu with an exaggerated bow and starts walking back to the cafe. You enter the familiar room. This time, the lights are on inside. Hope is inside. Oh, God. Walking around nervously, overseeing every screen in sight. When she spots you, she wastes no time on introductions. Kara Montgomery, what do you know of her? I know her name. You could have seen her on listicles such as Top 5 Badass Women in 2008, 12 CEOs who spark innovation through empathy, or 20 entrepreneurs with mysterious ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Oh, God. You don't get to voice your answer. Exactly. That aged well. You don't get to voice your answer. The question was just a minor courtesy. She has a monologue to deliver, and she won't allow any interruption. 20 years ago, she was a failed .com investor. Now she's CEO of Double Spiral, a brand management startup working at the crossroads of big data and influencer culture. The quotation marks are audible, dripping with venom. Long story short, she spent years convincing her Camarilla contacts, as in out-of-touch old farts angry about smartphones, that Kindred can benefit from controlling the internet. Oh, shit. Yeah, that does sound like something. Oh, shit. Okay. Her IT ghouls have done a lot of research on deepfakes, AI, and machine learning. Her goal is the ability to generate thousands of believably human contacts online. So bots? We're talking about bots, but like AI bots? Yeah, there. She's talking about, oh my God, this was made in 2016, bro. What the fuck? Oh my God. Basically an army of posters that could brute force anything into mainstream discourse. The elders took a while to get the concept, but eventually Kara got their blessing. What the hell? The thing is, she claims her tech is ready to be tested, but it needs one final component to work properly, and that's why she pauses. She proposed a truce. What truce? Truce? What kind of truce? The become my friend or face a violent death kind of truce. Not exactly fucking convincing if you ask me. Machiavellian David Chaplin. But no matter how much I hate her guts, this is a blessing to society. The usernames are cracking me up. Hear me out. She picked a public place in Manhattan, neutral ground, where we can meet without the fear of the other party. That the other party might do something stupid and violate the masquerade. She wants to just talk. You will go there in my place and listen to her terms. Oh, I see. We won't accept them, of course, especially not after she tried to kill us. You'll just steal her voice and walk away. Steal her voice? What next? Will you trade her mermaid tail for legs? Context collapse. A Disney joke. Sweet. What next? Will you hit me with a topical Harry Potter reference? Really? Come on, guys. I'm trying not to be obtuse here. Wait a second. Let me explain my plan. Revenge plotter. The username to keep. Context collapse and then revenge plotter. You see, it's really good foreshadowing with the usernames. You see, there's only one way to even the odds. We have to hit Kara where it hurts. And she's got one weak point. Double Spiral headquarters. Kara's the only person there with access to every room. The security is something she came up with herself. Voice-based, but she uses a different password phrase every time. Oh, I see. That means just recording her talking is not enough if we want to get in. That's why I started selling illicit materials to people with access to advanced deepfake audio technology. This was made in 2016. I got it right in this room, and now all I need is a sample base that will allow me to manufacture a bot that talks like her. To monitor data, I need to stay behind. So she's gonna take, oh, I see. So she needs me. I see. So she needs me, probably a recorder, to record her. And then so then I can give her Hope her voice so that she can put it into the AI bot and then make a bot that talks like her. And then we can get into all the places she can get into. Still, I think the plan is pretty simple. You talk to her while wearing a wire. Yeah, exactly. I process the recordings here to steal her voice, and voila, she's wide open. Then we invade Double Spiral and destroy it from within. The evil is defeated. I become a part of your crew. Happy ending for everybody. How does that sound to you? Sounds fun. Let's do it. Happy to hear it. Hope shakes her head and claps her hands. When she speaks up, she sounds different, more spaced out, stuttering. Antisocial engineering. All right, let me fix you up with the hardware. She hands you a minuscule earpiece and starts attaching a small decorative pin to your clothes, along with some mask wiring. Antisocial engineering. It's a directional microphone. I can clean up the audio later, but keep it pointed directly at Kara as much as possible. All right? You put the earpiece she gave you. It fits. You put on the earpiece she gave you. It fits snugly deep inside your right ear. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. The hardware works flawlessly, and the audio quality seems great. You give Hope an affirmation signal with your head. Everybody's like basically nodded. Beautiful. Revenge plotter. Kara designed the meeting place at the vessel. You heard about the place, right? It's right by the east end of the Lincoln Tunnel. A giant pile of staircases, basically impossible to miss. Manhattan's answer to the Eiffel Tower, or a gaudy monument of being only ever so slightly free, depending on who you ask. I'd drive you there, but my car is still in shop. And I don't want to risk being spotted by Kara's people, and I need to process the voice data from here, which means I have the perfectly acceptable number of excuses for not letting myself get anywhere close to that demonic old hag. You involuntarily roll your eyes a bit. Hope sits in front of her screens, pretending not to have noticed. Nice. So, should we get the show on the road, or what? Ready whenever you are. No sense of lingering here. You get back to the street and find your car. Wrapping up the show as quickly as possible sounds like a good idea. Around 30 minutes later, you're in front of the vessel. Hope's description, a giant pile of staircases, wasn't particularly helpful. From the distance, the building looks like more like a giant honeycomb designed to swarm with tourist bees. At least during the day, that is. At the moment, the place is closed to the general public. A few men who look vaguely threatening and out of place are making sure nobody unwanted gets in. Oh, okay. However, you have no problem getting up the stairs. All it takes is an exchange of knowing glances with one of the guards. You are expected. A lone figure appears in your sight, staring down at the streets of Manhattan. You know, city people often complain about being unable to see the starry skies. I always thought the real tragedy was how they're unable to appreciate the man-made sea of lights that surround them. You can teach people a lot of things, but you can't teach them to see, huh? Recognize the face of Hope's phone. Finally, you meet Kara Montgomery in the flesh. Ugh. She turns to you, puts on a wide smile, and shakes your hand with a firm grip. First, a representative of Sophie Langley, now a representative of Hope. Not the way I'd develop my own career, but I gotta say, not many neo-knights get around the way you do. Contents under pressure, hardy fucking har. Hope speaks up in your ear for the first time, seething with contempt. Although Kara couldn't have possibly have heard her, she immediately goes on to address her absence. Can't say I expected her to actually arrive here with you or instead of you. On the other hand, I'm sure every single word I say will be instantly relayed to her. Oh shit. And for the first time in forever, your empty blabbering will serve an actual useful cause. Wow. So let's make sure we can cut out everyone but the middleman for a while. Okay? She takes out a phone and taps the touchscreen. In a few seconds, a barely perceptible buzzing sound in your ear disappears completely. Oh shit. You can't hear Hope anymore. It's probable she can't hear your voice right now either, which means she must be busy raging and cursing out everything in her sight at the moment. This obviously wasn't something she expected to happen. Could it be Kara saw through your plan? You have to play it cool and see what happens. Knowing Hope, you probably heard whatever scraps can be Googled about me and a pile of insults for good measure. Obviously, I know everything there is to know about you, as well as Lamar. I know everything there is to be known about you as well, Lamar. I don't believe there's a difference. I don't believe we have a need for formal introductions. But first off, let me apologize for the discomfort my former employee has caused you. What? I wasn't remotely aware of his planned actions against Hope. I fully condemned him. What is she talking about? I'm glad to see you unharmed, and of course, I applaud your swift disposal of the psycho. Langley chose you well. Brief silence. So let me cut to the chase here and present myself the best way I know how through my ideas. Who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Not much for small talk, is she? Who do you think has a monopoly on reality? Corporations do. It's a fairly typical answer, very 21st century sounding. Have they succeeded in replacing the state here, though? Oh, God. See signals to someone behind you. For a while, you've been watched by Kara's men who circle around the staircases, presumably her ghouls. One of them sets off downwards. You know, Bolivia just had a military coup. Hundreds of new accounts posting about nothing but Bolivian politics in English, set out to convince any random person online that the US wasn't to blame. Sloppy work, if you ask me. Yeah, that is actually well. Why are they sticking in English? Now imagine this: a 17-year-old K-pop fan from Ohio writing an entire thread about her relatives in La Paz are actually glad the president is gone. A film reviewer with a side interest in politics selling you a CIA-approved narrative about Evo Morales. An approachable fitness guide explaining the situation to you in simple terms, just like it is. Animated voice, expressive gestures, a steady eye contact. She taught herself how to project a good image, but it isn't a natural yet. At times, I feel like if she's screaming at you to trust her. It's not hard to emulate the masses. Reach out to one of those Eastern European troll farms and bang. A few hours later, I'm sounding slightly odd, but I'm also thinking at the same time. A few hours later, you have a clone army that will instantly voice their support for any cause. I'm processing this. You will spread your message, but you won't foster any new culture that serves your goals. Won't masquerade your messaging as independent thought. For that, you need personalities, not masses. But the ability to emulate personalities, a whole different ballgame. Not a craft, but art. You need to understand your fabrication so deeply that you start to hate it and then learn to love it. And if you want to make a bunch of personalities follow one agenda, you need a once-in-a-lifetime team to achieve that. A like-minded artistic collective, both ambitious and obedient. Where's she getting at? Even though you can't hear Hope's voice in your ear right now, you could swear you could hear her in Kara's speech. It's the exact same tone she was using when monologuing in your car. One of them must have been a big influence to another, or perhaps they used to be in the position where both shaped each other's personas. Hard to say. Only one thing is for sure, and that is, Hope must be absolutely furious right now. And is it possible that Kara knew about her plot? Fingers crossed she doesn't. The state is satisfied when an account that went unused for 5 years suddenly starts yelling imperialist propaganda into the void. The aging corporations are too set in their ways. But imagine a fresh startup that enables a proliferation of ideas adjacent to the prince's plans for the future. Now imagine it getting into bed with the biggest corporations and agencies. So many unlives that could be improved or even saved from the raids of First Light. I have the infrastructure. I have the elder support. All I need now is the mastermind at the center of it all. What did you have in mind? The mastermind? Yes, Hope. What? She looks down and takes in the scenery below for a while. Then she points at her t-shirt, the one piece of clothing that clashes with the rest of her outfit. You know, I'm a huge fan of punk. The leading idea of my company, Double Spiral, is to make everything I do a bit punk. I'm all about clashing ideas. I'm all about disruption. Oh, I see what she's saying. You blink a few times in quick succession. Oh God, you think of yourself. You think to yourself, she's that kind of person. You saw a lot of them in your old life. Another rich idiot who thinks deals are an art form too. Hell-bent on perverting a meaning of any piece of actual art that hasn't been thoroughly ruined by the arcadey dystopia that surrounds you. Yeah, I'm familiar. You collect yourself and escape from memory lane. Kara started talking about Hope, so you better listen. To me, Hope is as punk as it gets. A free spirit, fiercely independent, an eternal contrarian at odds with everything and everyone, developing her talents just because she finds it joyful. But God, does this girl need guidance? Not putting her talents to better use, rotting away, posting innate bullshit all the time? What a waste. I have built an environment specifically to develop her talents and let her become indispensable to our society, but she rejects it because of some idiotic hang-ups. Yeah, that's not, Hope is not that far off from a lot of people on the internet. I don't expect you to change your mind about me just because I keep yapping and yapping. I just hope you keep my perspective in mind and serve as the voice of reason Hope really, really needs right now. Now that I had my say, how about we put our girl back on? She taps her phone again. A quiet buzz reappears in your right ear. Oh, she knows. This is a better safe than sorry kind of thing, isn't it? There's no one listening. Maybe you're right, maybe not. VPN said, right? She's 100 years too early to even think of accessing my comm. She's bullshitting you. Don't sell her anything but bullshit in return. Look who's back. Don't worry, she should have heard everything. I just wanted to spare you an annoying commentary track while I introduce myself. Excuse me for a second. Oh, really? One of Kara's guards approaches to show her something on his phone. Hope uses the distraction to get you up to speed with how things are on her side. Hate America got beat. Yeah, for a second there I was about to rage that the hag has gotten the better of us. But hey, go figure. She just wanted to take a piss in my Cheerios. The plan worked. I have a lot data from her. I have a lot of data from her, monologuing, and some private resources. That's a spelling it. That's a grammatical error. I can't believe I saw it. And some private resources. The more we gather, the better. This display here says some more K letters could be useful. So don't beat yourself up about it if you fail, but if you get her to repeat something with a K in it, this might improve our deep fake voice. Looks like Kara's done talking to the guard. Sorry about that. Looks like I've got to attend a sudden meeting with a Google representative shortly. Hope snorts. Not bragging though. By the way, does anyone but Hope know about our little rendezvous? Your companion? Any other companion? Or maybe Nosferatu? Sorry, your Patreon? Any other companion? Or maybe the Nosferatu? Nobody, just us. Should I have told anyone? Maybe, maybe not. It says a lot about your personality, that's all. Anyways, no offense, but since Hope's not here, I really have to rush. Oh shit, I should've... Honestly, I feel a little insulted that she sets up for this meeting. Oh shit. I think I fucked up. Hold on, let me think. Insulted and suspicious, her tone of voice betrays her. She might not have good instinct. Too bad she didn't trust them here. So out of respect for Langley, I decided to have this talk with you and explain why I'm a master to the Camarilla, and to explain why the elders need Hope on my side. One, the worm-brained hag here forgot to mention is the elders don't give a shit about me. If you don't see my way, I believe I've sown some seeds here that might sprout in the near future. Double Spiral looks out for people who look out for it, is all I'm saying. I should have said Kaiser. Shit, I should have got him to say Kaiser. Before I leave, I know there's one thing I really wish I knew. Back when I knew her, she was a different person, or different people, depending on how you look at it. Why does she fight against me so much? What's her motivation to resist so much? What's her motivation? Good question. She never shared it with you. Answer whatever you want, but A, you better lie through your teeth. B, get her to say V a few times if you can. It might improve through shortcomings of our deepfake software. What's your answer? Love, I think. Kara blinks, opens her mouth and shuts it, then she scoffs. Nonsense. Of course it was, but she sounds like she was trying to convince herself. Something about your answer resonated with her. One of Kara's people erupts with a theatrical cough. Kara gestures at him to calm down. I really need to go. See you, Lamar. Fuck! God damn it. Motherfucker. She begs to walk down the street, surrounded by her guards. Only she's gone from before your eyes. I guess that was a little on the nose. For the love of Christ, wish you had kept her droning for a little longer. Turns out the T letter could use some improvement as well. Not complaining though, you did good, don't worry about it. The data I have should be more than enough to generate a convincing deepfake. I just need to put in some more work. What does that say? Trad Cathot? So I guess I'll get to that right away. Enjoy the rest of your night. Drop my hardware at your haven when you get the chance. Okay, I'll let you know when we get ready to hit Kara's base of operations. Pray for my success, sweetie. Might be done soon, maybe even tomorrow. And once we're done with her, we'll talk about how we can repay your generosity. Amen. The connection drops. Looks like that's all for now. You gaze at the sea of lights around you for the last time, and then start to make your way back to street level. Damn. I need to rest on it. Yeah. I fucked that up. Damn. Knock, knock. You ask who's there, but you don't know if the sheriff of New York would play along. When you open the door, you see him toying with the car keys he's holding in his hands. Ready to go, fledgling? You don't feel like it, but you give him a nod. Nevertheless, excellent. Stay close. He leads you down to the vehicle he's parked nearby. Once again, he takes the wheel, literally and figuratively. Everything inside is just the way you remember. Down the rearview mirror, reflecting the intense stare of your guide. However, the trip itself feels notably different. The last time Kadir drove you around, he was forcibly dragging you away from your old life. This time, he's pulling you back into it. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna see Emma. Let me tell you how it's going to go. As I said, I arranged a meeting between you and your kin. It's going to take place somewhere you should know very well. I'll watch over you two from a safe distance to make sure you adhere to the rules. You should know those very well. But I'll reiterate just so you can't ever say I didn't warn you. Don't do anything that would violate the Masquerade. Don't establish some secret routes of contact. I will know. Do treat it as the last time you two will meet. Take this chance to wrap everything up. Here's your story. You're fine. You found yourself at a crossroads. Decided to radically change your life and move out of the city. The subway is unbearable. The rent is too high. They've heard it all. However, you won't leave for good without saying farewell to the only person who cared. He gives you a compassionate stare. It's gonna leave a scar, boy, but a true artist knows. Those are not something to hide, but to display with pride. You're a fresh corpse. Perhaps people you meet can still leave a mark on you. One night, a long time ago from now, you'll realize you've realized you've missed collecting new wounds. Really? The car makes a sudden turn. I'll leave the finer details to you. Just be so kind and don't make me regret it. You can sense he's going out of his way for you, but doesn't try to force you into gratitude by stating it plainly. If you know, you know. He'll see if you're worthy of his aid. We're here. Take a look around and recognize your destination. He is right. It was a familiar place. It was right next to that exhibition space. The one where you met your future sire. This is where you saw Emma for the last time. This is where they lost saw poor Lamar. Who knows whatever might happen to him. That's what your sister is trying to find out. I took the liberty of messaging her in your steed. She's up there, waiting for you to come and explain yourself. He turns off the engine and relaxes comfortably in his seat. You silently leave the car and head straight for the exhibition space. The elevator ride just doesn't seem to end. After what feels like 5 hours, but in reality is close to 30 seconds, you finally reach your floor. Em is standing there, looking at the paintings. She's trying to act carefree, but is holding onto her bag a little too tightly. When she hears your footsteps, she's startled. Then she sees you, and her eyes immediately fill with tears. She runs up to you and gives you a hearty hug. God damn it, Lamar, god damn it! You stay in her arms, silent, for a little while. The bonds of blood run deep. This feels right. You're so cold. What happened to you? You look into her eyes and start searching your heart for a lie that will satisfy if only a little bit. So you see, I met this man and he was interested in art I make, and he was from the other side of the world. You stop mid-sentence. It's perfectly obvious that you're not exactly telling the truth. An expression makes it obvious that she knows. What happened to Lamar? Talk to me. All the life-saving work she's set your way, from that concept art job to this very exhibition. I've been losing my mind. Talk to literally everybody I know to ask when the last time they saw you was. All the time she helped you get your shit together. I've always been honest with you. The least you can do is return the favor. She absolutely deserves to know, but she can't. Kadir is waiting outside. Lamar. Her voice startles you. Your first instinct is to run. And like the beast you become, you trust it. Lamar! Can't do this. Not now. Not like this. She watches you, kindred, an undying creature of the night, zoom away from her, run into the elevator, and press the ground floor button. That night might be the last time you see each other. At least look her in the eye and force yourself to leave her one last thing. Don't search for me. For your and my own good. She's too stunned to react as the elevator doors close. You slide down the wall, hiding your face in your arms. You find your own priorities disgusting. But what gets you down the most is not the fact that you failed to give closure to the only person you cared about. It's one that you failed to make this farewell beautiful. Yeah, I tried to like play it smooth. Jesus Christ. Fuck my life. It makes you feel like a failure of an artist. Even with all this newfound power, you still can't express yourself through the canvas of your life. You're still stuck in your old ways. But you know, she'll take the pain you've caused her and use it to make art that resonates, that sells. What if authentic trauma is the best gift you could find to repay all her generosity? Oh wow, that's a weird way of putting it. Jesus Christ, you're disgusting. That's exactly what I was thinking. If you consider all of those emotional commodities, no wonder you're a failure as an artist. The elevator door opens. Better run while she's up there still. Better run while she's still up there. Oh my god. Back to Coteries' car. Once you close the door, he instantly puts his foot on the gas pedal. God. That walking off the pitch with no regrets said everything you had to say. It kind of shook me. I'll be for real right now. Kadir sighs. Yeah, that's what I gathered from here. I'll keep an eye on the situation, placate her somehow. She won't stop looking. I've got some well-tested methods, non-violent of course. He gives you a good stare via the rearview mirror. You're an artist, aren't you? You nod half-heartedly. So you of all people should know that things never work out the way you planned. There could always be more time to plan. Tools that could help you execute better. Perfection is just an accident. Oh my god. The only thing you can do is give it your best shot, given the circumstances, and immediately move on to the next thing. When all's said and done, regret is nothing but narcissism and a waste of time. What? Sophie, the couture, those are the materials you've been given, and they are potent ones. Make the best use of them, so that they might create something more beautiful than your artist's tools ever did. And as a side note, I envy you. I wish I still had someone to make my knees feel like jelly, even when you can't see them anymore. Just knowing that they're there keeps you in touch with whatever you once were. The car speeds up to cross an intersection before the light turns red. You give Kadir good hard luck. Thanks. Doesn't feel like a, how do you call it, very vampiric thing to say, but you say it nonetheless. He visibly taken aback, and his usually furrowed brows smooth out for a moment. Then he takes a seriously, slightly sorrowful expression. Don't suck up to me, kid. Mr. Bad Guy is still here. Without a doubt, he'll go back to decapitating suckers like you any time now. The car starts slowing down. We're here. You look out the window and see your haven. Take care. I'll see you around. Just pray I don't have to see you too often. You leave the car and start walking to your haven, thinking about Kadar. Can't say you're fond of him, with the welcome he gave you and all, but after tonight, can't say you aren't either. You're gonna need some more time to understand him, that's for sure. Colin. Oh, I still have more? Okay. Okay, let me talk to Tamika. As you open your blinds, you're able to spot a small grayish bird flying off into the night. Looking down, you notice a small piece of paper on the windowsill. Prospect, ASAP, Tam. Third time the charm. You think to yourself, as you once again cross the gate to Prospect Park and head for Tamika's haven. To your surprise, you find her in the open, sitting on the lawn, surrounded by a host of woodland creatures, birds and squirrels mostly. The critters each patiently await their turn, as she flicks seeds at them. It looks almost whimsical in a twisted sort of way. Hell of a week, huh? How are you holding up? Well enough, all things considered. She scatters the remaining seeds onto the grass and hops to her feet. I've been doing some digging. The Inquisition has a safe house up in Manhattan. I think that's where they're keeping him. The scarred one, I mean. I want to pay them a visit. Kill that thing. And many of those SI bastards as I can along the way. Is it really worth it? I know you want revenge for your sister, but at the very least, it's a clear violation of the Masquerade. Yeah, and that's the least of our worries. Thrown in a legion of armed goons standing in our way, and an all-powerful vampire has cherry on top. But there's more to it than just revenge. I think it can help me find out who I really am. I know it sounds corny, but I can't really explain it better than that. Trust me, I'm not taking this lightly. Just something I have to do, with or without you. Is Raoul? Just out of curiosity, does Raoul know about this master plan of yours? He does now. He emerges from the shadows a few feet away from you. Son of a gun finally managed to sneak up on you. Tamika eyeballs him as he gets closer. You've seen that look before. She's clearly asserting her position, but this time it comes off as a formality rather than an actual challenge. How long have you been there, Raoul? Long enough. I'm still not buying the whole scarred one bull crap. But taking a bite of the Inquisition's collective ass is just too good to pass up. I want in. Call the scarred one Santo the Toothbird. Just know it's very real and it's very dangerous. Ugh, fine. Consider me fairly warned. Now, can we move this along? I mentioned to kill some SI fucks. Right. I wish I said that better. Tamika, you got an opinion? Guess I know who the alpha is around here. He should come up with us. He's got the right to be there, to see the scarred one with his own eyes. Plus my brother can be a pain in the ass, but he's one hell of a fighter. There you go. Tam's seal of approval. Settle then, let's go. Fucking finally. With that, you leave the relative safety at Prospect Park, steeling yourself for things to come. As you get closer to your destination, you get the sneaking suspicion that Tamika has been pulling your leg. Following her lead, you take a turn from Broadway into Port Tryon Park. It doesn't seem to make sense, you think to yourself, but there's only one spot between here and the Hudson River, but it can't be, can it? 1 second. Sure enough, as the stone facade of the cloisters come into view, Tamika motions at you to keep out of sight. How in the hell is this well-known tourist trap a hideout for the Second Inquisition? Cloisters? Seriously? That's the Inquisition's safe house? Talk about hiding in plain sight, huh? This place used to be a lot of things. Now it serves as a staging ground for the Inquisition. And my sources are to be trusted, and they usually are. They brought him here for what they call processing. Doubt they'll keep him here for too long, though. We want to get to him. It's now or never. As if on cue, a group of armed guards walk out of the museum, pushing a gurney with a large steel container on top of it. As they wheel it out into the open, a truck approaches. The operatives start preparing to load the crate onto the vehicle. You scan the area, trying to take a head count. Tamika beats you to it. Count at least 7, probably more inside. We should do this quietly. Excuse me. And take them out one by one. Raoul frowns. I say we go in guns blazing. Figuratively speaking, if there's more inside, let them come. The more the merrier. Let's try the stealthy approach. Tamika's right. We should get in quietly, take them out one by one. Tamika nods in silence. Fine. Let's do this already, before you two bore me to final death. You split up, aiming to cover as much ground as possible, sticking to the shadow. You advance, keeping track of one another's progress. You hardly even notice that Tamika takes out the first guard, not a peep out of him. Trying to keep up, Raoul kills the one on your left. He's sloppy, takes a sweet time bleeding the guy out. With his dying breath, the man lets out a yelp, drawing attention to one of his comrades. With the guards fast approaching, you ponder your options. As the guard walks by, you leap out of the shadow and use the sharpest weapon that you have, your fangs, to slice his throat open. With the windpipe severed, he lets out a silent gurgle as he expires. Carefully, you lay his dead body to the dirt. Yeah, that's right. Don't say shit. Looking to the side, you notice Raoul looking back at you. He nods. looking almost semi-impressed. 3 down, 4 to go. You keep a steady pace, moving across the courtyard, picking off the guards one by one. Tamika does her part, 3 to go. Raoul gets messy again, at least this time he's quiet. With only 2 of them, you pick one for yourself, and gesture as one of your fellow pharaohs take care of the other. Tamika's quieter, but Raoul's closer. Which one will you choose? You wave your hand at Tam, pointing at her final target. She nods and stops making her way towards him. Suddenly, by virtue of Steel Rock, he turns around just as she's about to pounce. His scream is quickly muffled, but still loud enough for a very last guard to hear. As 3 of you approach him, the dire reality situation hits it like a ton of bricks. Paralyzed and freer, he keeps shifting his aim from you to Tamika to Raoul. He's severely fucked and he knows it. And since you're standing closest to him, you might as well do the honors. No, I'm gonna walk over to the quivering mess that's minutes ago thought to himself as sorry. You walk over to the quivering mess that mere minutes ago thought himself the toughest of the tough. Before he can react, you snap the gun out of his hands, lean in and smile. Hi. Half a second later, your fangs are already halfway in his windpipe. The buzz tastes sour with a hit of cowardice and regret. Could have gone out with a bang, chose to go out with a gurgle. Oh well. With the SI operatives taken care of, you turn your attention to the container sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Using your combined strength, you make quick work of the steel door. As you walk in, the moonlight from behind you illuminates a twisted figure huddled on the floor. It's hard to believe that this thing lying before you, beaten and tortured within each of his unlife, is the same creature you fought back at the cemetery. What the fuck is that thing? But you forget. This is what your sister warned you about, which you refuse to believe. His lips move silently, as if searching for the right words. He looks at you, then turns to your sister as if waiting for a sign. For a moment, Tamika just stands there, looks down at the scarred one, the once fearful boogeyman, whose very mention could strike terror in the hearts of her tribe, now reduced to a whimpering pile of flesh. Finally, she turns to you with a look of childish innocence mixed with confusion, and she looks back at the scarred one. You can tell she's lost. Tam, what the hell are you waiting for? Let's kill this thing and get out of here. This is your choice. I can't make it for you. She turns to you with a look of pride mixed with desperation. I'm not asking you to. Do it, Tam. You know he deserves it. Hell, looks like you'll be doing him a favor. He made his choice a long time ago, but it doesn't need to be your choice. Suddenly, the very rare air around you seems thinking. You look over to Mika. She's not quivering anymore, so walks up to the scarred one. The pitiful creature presses itself into a corner in a desperate and futile attempt to crawl away. Without a word, she grabs the creature by the ears, sinking her claws in the side of his neck. She looks him dead in the eye. Her voice cuts through the air like cold steel. Stay out of my territory. In one fluid motion, she rips the chain off the wall. A pitiful shout out was once the scarred one scurries off into the night. Raoul seems flabbergasted. Tam, what the hell are you doing? Carving your own path. Standing outside the steel container, the 3 of you take a moment to gather your thoughts. You look at one another, at the blood staining your hands, clothes, and faces. In the pale moonlight, it appears black and shiny, like a fresh ink stain on a fresh sheet of paper. Without another word, you head back towards the city lights. The journey back takes longer than it did in the other directions. With bits and pieces of the Second Inquisition still stuck to your clothes, you decide to play it safe by sticking to back alleys and cutting through the dark corners of the city. Tamika stays several steps ahead. Both you and Raoul are quite content to follow her lead. You can tell that these last few nights have taken a toll on her, but not necessarily in a bad way. She seems stronger, somehow confident, more in tune with herself. Soon the awkward silence proves unbearable enough that you're willing to risk making small talk with Raoul. You think she's gonna be alright? Yeah, I think so. She's just gotta figure out some stuff. She's just gotta figure some stuff out. Our lineage, we have a special relationship with the beast. We can either let it control us or become attuned to it. It's a constant struggle, marked with difficult choices. I think Tam just made one of them. Pondering what you just heard, the rest of the trip barely registered. To your surprise, you suddenly find yourself back at Prospect. Tamika keeps walking. She strides to the park gate, like a queen of old, returning after a victorious conquest. You want to call out to her, but Wool stops you with a gesture. Not yet. Give her some time to process all this shit. She'll let you know when she's ready. And hey, you did all right. I mean, don't get me wrong. You're still an asshole. But yeah, thanks. He smiles at you. Wonders never cease. See you around. With that, he follows in his sister's footsteps. A weird smile creeps onto your face as you meld into the New York night. So that went pretty well. Knowing there are only so many bridges with good enough views of knowing there are so many places with a good enough view of the Manhattan Bridge, you decide to check the ones that aren't likely to be crowded at this time of night. It doesn't take long before you hit the jackpot. Jane's Carousel. As you're walking along the pier, you notice a lonely figure sitting on the bench, steel flask in hand, his legs up on the railing. Soon enough, you hear a familiar voice. Evening turned to night. As the final flickering rays of sunlight give way to the kind nocturnal shadows, so did the last of the jabbering tourists give way to a blessed silence. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling. Pausing mid-sentence, he leans back over the bench backrest and looks straight at you, upside down. His face looks even creepier than usual. But I wasn't alone. That flask, is that what I think it is? Depends on what you think. It's a little something from my private reserve. I call it the Drunken Sailor, because it's probably where it came from. That's probably where it came from. He takes a sip, then points the flask in your general direction. Want some? Thanks, but no thanks. Suit yourself, kid. Missing out. But hey, if you like your bad news sober, there's been another one. Killing, down by the docks. Same MO? The blood, the graffiti? Yep, it's our gal, alright. That's our gal, alright. Oh, wow. Victim sucked dry, same as before. Another sign on the wall. Something about impending doom, and oh lord, he's coming. The particulars escaped me. You know, that night I saw her, she looked so frail, so innocent. Deep inside, I was hoping she'd be spooked. Get out of town. That maybe, just maybe, that would be the end of it. But that's me, you know, hopelessly optimistic. Do you have any idea where she might be? Sorry, kid, I'm pressing out of ideas. He raises his flask, refilling as we speak, and takes a swig as if to illustrate a point. So anyway, I set up a meeting, neutral ground, public space. Shouldn't get too ugly, so I was hoping you could tag along. Okay, so who are we meeting? He takes another compulsive swig. Better strap in, cause this one's a doozy. Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. Who are we meeting? Valerie. Oh, she's gonna kill me now? That blood must be amazing, bitches, because you sound fucking hammered. Hard, you fucking hard. Look, I know you two didn't exactly hit it off, but she's not as bad as you might think. I mean, in some respects, she's probably worse, but she can be reasoned with. Once again, he goes for the flask, but stops himself mid-motion. Look, the way I see it, we ain't got a choice. As much as I want to help Sana, she clearly a few bats short of a belfry. Most people are gonna die unless we do something about it. More people are gonna die unless we do something about it. I get it. All right, fine, I get it. Lesser of two evils, lead the way. I like your attitude, kid. I know it sucks, but hey, if there's one thing life has taught me, don't always get what you want. Don't just be proud of his words of wisdom. He tries to top him off with a one last swig. A single drop falls between his crooked teeth. He looks at the empty flask with utmost contempt. Well, ain't that fucking poignant? Muttering a curse under his breath, he makes a valiant effort to get up off the bench. As he staggers, struggling to remain upright, you offer your shoulder to lean on. He shoots you a smile that's as crooked as it is affectionate. Hey, kid. He met his gaze, trying to look friendly rather than condescending. You're alright. And with that, a heartfelt moment, you bid adieu to the sprawling vista, make your way towards the bridge, next stop Manhattan. Entering the park from Midtown Manhattan, you promptly take a spot at one of the alleys, not very deep into the park. Minutes pass. 5, 10, 15. You start to wonder if she's ever going to show up. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice with an unfamiliar tone. She sounds almost nice. Hello, Giddy. And there she is, walking along the side of the fountain. She looks less out of place here than back at that junkie-infested hovel, but only by a slight margin. Something tells you there's only so many places she would feel at home, and probably not the ones you would find yourself in. Val. She glances over at you, barely noting your presence. Sorry about last time. Nothing personal, I understand. When I caught up in a moment, I get a bit intense. I can attest to that. Play nice, you two. We have some business to discuss. All work and no play, huh? Why not? She turns to D'Angelo and flutters her eyelashes. You can tell she doesn't see you as her equal, but this come hither routine is getting kind of unnerving. Sorry. Lay it on me, sugar. We have a mutually beneficial proposition. Does the pup speak for you, Guinea? Because I'm getting weird Sorcerer's Apprentice vibe right now. Give the kid a break, Val. We hear about Sana, the thin blood you're after. The girl's a threat. We need to find her. Figured we can do it faster if we work together. Uh-huh. Keep going, honey, because I have a feeling there's a catch coming. The catch is... Awkward silence. Not often you see him at a loss for words. Seeing him struggle, you decide to jump in. You want the girl to stay alive. See, now that's a deal breaker right there, sugar. If you want me to even consider it, you have to sweeten the pot. Once again, she turns into Langelo and bet tall, dark, and handsome over here might have some ideas. Okay, now I really don't like where this is going. Don't get too excited, kid. She wants a higher profile target to show off to the prince what a good little scourge she is. That's all you care about nowadays, huh? Playing the game, climbing the ranks? A smile creeps onto her lips. You can tell it's forced. D'Angelo definitely knows how to get under her skin. That's my Guinea, big old brain and a heart to match. Once again, she turns to you. I knew right away he tried to help this girl. He does love him, a damsel in distress. But you know, I can't talk like she does. I'm still not sure what your angle is. I don't have an angle. It just seems like the right thing to do. Oh wow, seriously? Giddy, you got yourself a live one. Good for you. So there, you know my terms. Contact me when you made up your mind. Don't take too long, though. I'm a lucky girl. Might just find yourself Might just find you're a little thin blood on my own. So how about we can work together? We make a good team back in the day, didn't we? Slowly, seductively, she puts her arms around his shoulders, glances over to you, clearly enjoying how awkward it makes you feel. Oh, wow. D, once this meeting is over, you have some explaining to do. You heard that, Guinea? You're in some hot water right now. Anyways, withdrawing from this strange half-embrace, she flicks D'Angelo's nose gently with her index finger. Almost instantly, she turns from flirtatious to dispassionate. However, this plays out. I have a feeling we'll meet again sooner or later. Until then, without sparing you another glance, she disappears down an unlit park alley. D'Angelo watches her go, the look on his face, a mixture of longing and guilt. It's borderline comical. Finally, he turns back to you as if breaking some spell he was under. Well, that could have gone worse. Okay, I have to ask, did you and she ever... Nope, not going there. Val and I, we got some history. Some of it good, some of it bad. Let's leave it at that. And kid, don't be fooled. Val likes to play around, but she will rip your fucking guts out and stuff them up your ass if it means she can get what she wants. Okay. And right now, she wants me to give her Larson. Larson? Why would she want him? He's a primogen, remember? A weak one, but still, for a scourge, he's a much more valuable target than some no-name dustborn. It just so happens that a certain someone might have some dirt on him. He squirms, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Fuck it, I'm heading back to the office. Need to put my feet up, get some blood flowing in the old noggin. You coming? You nod. Why the hell not? And so you make your way towards Fifth Avenue. You got a long way ahead of you and a lot of stuff to figure out. Although it's not your first visit, you still find it hard to navigate the dark, rust-written corners of the grain terminal. Luckily, this time you're with someone who could probably do this blindfolded, so you follow his lead. As you're both climbing the rickety stairs leading to the mezzanine, you suddenly notice light coming from D'Angelo's office. A quick look assures you that no, he did not in fact leave it on. You bust through the door. Excuse me. He busted the door like an undead Tango and Hooch, or was it Tango, Turner, and Cash? Oh my gosh. Ready to unleash holy fury on the intruders. You have expected an anarch death squad or an SI hunting party. Instead, you get Larson, who nearly falls out of his chair when you two bust in. Larson, what the hell are you doing here? What does it look like I'm doing? I was waiting for you two bozos to show up. Seemingly both intrigued and irritated by the surprise visit, D'Angelo walks over to a cabinet and pulls out a fresh cigar, and now the clowns have arrived. Does His Highness mind telling us what brings us to our merry circus tent? Her. He points at a tiny shadow cowering in the corner of the room. To your astonishment, it turns out to be a very familiar face. The blood. No, not again, please. Did she tell you anything? She just keeps babbling about bloods inside and all this nonsense. She came to my house, probably figured out who I was, that I could help, but honestly I have no idea what to do with her. I mean, I should turn her in to the prince, but it's just another strike against my people. Then again, I can't just set her loose, not after what she did. Fuck D'Angelo. You can tell that I'm desperate. My first instinct was to come to you. No, Larson, I would attribute that decision to what's left of your common sense. He leans over to you. Hey kid, I think we should call it a night. Just give me some time to talk to the girl. I'll get through to her somehow. The sign. It's always there. I ain't holding my breath. Honestly, you're glad to leave him to it. Spitting in that in a small room with a tiny serial killer somehow doesn't seem too appealing. Still, you're hoping D'Angelo will be alright. He's got some tough choices ahead of him. Yeah. Walking down the street near your haven, you suddenly spot a young, disabled woman leaning against the wall. She looks you straight in the eye and disappears into the alley. She is your stalker, you're certain of it. You take a few running steps to catch up with her, determined to find what this is all about. Ducking into the alley, you come upon a grisly scene. An old man, a pencer really, lies broken on the ground. Telltale puncture mark on his neck. Three vampires standing above the corpse, licking their lips. All were embraced young, two men and a woman. Black hoodies, bicycle chain, and a facial tattoo. You never seen them before, and you assume you know why. They're anarchists. They're anarchs, sorry. They're anarchs. Close enough. Hey, it's a Camarilla fucker, just as promised. I like beating up these privileged little shits. You walked into the simplest ambush in the world. The woman saw you briefly at the mouth of an alley is no. The woman you saw briefly at the mouth of the alley is nowhere in sight. Perhaps it shouldn't be surprising given her obvious powers of invisibility. You know what? Let's do this another night. Bye. There's a chain link fence at the end of the alley. You engage the powers of your blood and run right past the anarchs, vaulting over the fence. They run in pursuit. One has supernatural speed too. However, she struggles to keep up as you slip from the flip from alley to alley, taking a shortcut through the small park and vanishing into the subway station. It's difficult to keep up with vampiric speed even if you have similar powers. Once you emerge back above ground, you wonder what this means. The mysterious talker was clearly willing to endanger the Masquerade to get you beaten up. Yes, it didn't feel like they were going to kill you. Whatever it was, your reflexes saved you from a face full of hurt. Damn. Hope's poorly scribbled message reaches you in your haven with an unmarked envelope. You find a barely legible address you're supposed to reach and the hour you expected to arrive. This is it then, the night of the final showdown. You check the clock. There's way more than enough time to comfortably reach your destination, but you decide to take a drive earlier just in case. The ride is uneventful, becomes more and more intense as it goes. The gravity of the situation starts getting to you. You're about to set on an operation against a key NYC figure well connected with both human and vampire elites. What if her security overwhelms you? How will the council react to your raid? You can only trust that Hope has thought it through. She doesn't seem like the type who attempt a suicide mission. Are you sure? Which isn't something you typically say about a person who regularly inflicts violence on herself in front of a camera. Yeah, exactly. When you arrive at your destination, you find yourself in front of a building with a double spiral logo on it. This must be Montgomery headquarters then. Look around the street and notice an obnoxiously lavender Mazda car parked nearby. Why is it lavender again? Even though you've never seen it before, you might have an idea who it belongs to. Yeah, because it's lavender. She seems to really like that color. You park your own car at a distance from the double spiral building. She approaches the Mazda. A familiar figure is behind the wheel, holding a smartphone in her hand. You knock on the window. She opens the window without turning her eyes from the device. Romantic apocalypse? Wow, you're early. Good evening. Yes, good evening for a glorious death. She lets out a dead silence. She lets a dead silence linger in the air for 10 seconds. Then she stops typing, diverts her eyes from the screen, gives you a melancholic stare, and winks. Please say psych. Psych. God damn it. Come on. What's with the face? I suffer from too much FOMO to let myself die. Good for her. She got a good sense of humor. I got accounts to run, notifications to check. Plus, no way in hell I'm Montgomery the satisfactory. Hold on, give me a second. I'll be right back. Testing 1 2. Okay. Plus, there's no way in hell allow Montgomery the satisfaction of a draw. We're going there to secure a flawless victory. No time for wait. Let's go. She gets out of the car, motions you to walk with her. Romantic apocalypse. Anywho, glad you managed to make sense of my ugly scribbles. I totally forgot how exhausting it is to write stuff by hand. Still not exhausting as having to deliver messages personally to someone's door. Next time you meet Langley, ask her to get you flip phone or something, okay? You reach the front of the building. We're about to burn this shithole down to the ground. Shouldn't we be keeping a low profile? That's too double spiral. We are. It's only the data that will go down in flames. Without the data, there is no double spiral. You see, our job is easy. We need to get in, destroy the server, contain all double spirals, research, and walk out. No spectacle, no dramatic showdowns. Now I know exactly what you're going to say. But wait, Hope. If the data surprised us, shouldn't she have external backup? Is Kara a complete dunce? Excellent question, my neonite friend. The answer is yes, she is a dunce, but aside from her numerous negative qualities, she also has positive ones. She's totally paranoid. Oh wow. She used to be a naive dumbass who wouldn't ever who wouldn't ever cover up her laptop camera. But she's lost trust in all external companies after a little cyber espionage incident. She's obsessed with not uploading her precious data anywhere online. Now she only has one physical backup hidden deep inside the headquarters. Nobody has an idea of where it might be, but I do. Normally, I'd never be able to reach that place. Double Spiral is like an underground base. The walls and doors are enforced, both against the living and the dead. But the answer to this problem is simple. We only need Kara to lend us her voice so that we can override all security measures and get to the heart of the facility. What you say, Kara? We help your girl out for old time's sake. Hope quickly writes something down on her phone. A few seconds later, a near-perfect imitation of Kara Montgomery's voice escapes her speakers. You know what? Let's bust this bitch open. Wow, the sound quality crashable, but the voice sounds only the tiniest bit off. Whatever she paid for that tech, it was worth it. If you're afraid of consequences from Camarilla, don't be. I'm assuming full responsibility and my ass is covered. I got some favors to collect and to offer. Besides, Kara's gone against Snake and everybody knows it. No important player will miss her influence. They're only tolerating her in case she hits it big with her tech. It's all about the crash in abundance. Life's a bitch and then you die. Some parts are a bit too robotic. Could there be a pattern here? Too bad she won't ever get the chance to see, so without further ado, shall we? Hope starts marching towards the revolving door. You close your eyes, make an effort to sharpen your senses, and follow the Maccabean into the lobby of the double spiral building, the sole security guard at the entrance. He raises his voice to ask about your business, but stops short by Hope's commanding voice. No need, we're expected. Manipulative snake. The man looks lost, distorted for a moment. Then the gears in his head slowly begin to turn. He nods his head, slightly open a gate leading to the elevators. Hope heads into one of them and he follows. He presses a button and the car starts heading to the lowest floor. Eventually the door opens. Dungeon Master's Guide PDF. Nice. Welcome to Kara Montgomery's Deadly Dungeons, Lamar. What appears before you are dimly lit corridors of an IT office, empty and silent. The air is stiff and dusty, and there's a sharp, rotten stench in the air, and you're unable to identify. The menacing atmosphere makes it hard to recognize at first, but it looks like an active workplace. It really is a dungeon, although a corporate one, where people are cheated of life. This environment feels alien to you, but you know people who have relinquished reasons of being artists and started calling themselves content generators. Wait, what? That's how you imagine your offices. Yeah, that's a good point. My control girl, let's just get to the first door and test my little car out. You follow her until you reach the end of the corridor. Then you encounter an expensive-looking reinforced door with voice controls on the side. Hope pushes a button. The robotic voice comes out of the speaker. Semiotics. Seriously? Come on. Hope types the words into her phone and lets a virtual car repeat the password. Semiotics. A sound rings out. A representative gives it a TV quiz show used to let the contestants go. He got the wrong answer. Verification error. Please try again. You give her Hope a numbers look. She bites her lip and presses the button again. Hyper real. Hyper real. Access granted. The door slowly opens. You notice your companion is wearing a sour expression. The tech isn't quite perfect. At least the password's still randomized, so we can try and brute force our way in, unless the system locks us out after a few failed attempts. Yeah, it sounds like something they would do. She shakes her head and turns to you. Her lips attempting to approximate a sincere grin. Well, we can only hope that the data if you collect is enough. Captain Captain A-Cab. Into the beast malls we go. She marches into the room as you walk in right after. The door locks behind you with a loud thud. It's a wide open office. It'd be as murky as a corridor you left if it wasn't for the rows of monitors illuminating the space. A shadowy figure stares at every screen in the room. Kara's voice plays from Hope's speaker. Behold, this is where the magic happens. A family of driven folks hungry for success, always taking the bull by the horns, building high performance culture together. None of the figures raise their heads. They're too busy programming, organizing spreadsheets, and typing in endless strings of text. Why are you provoking them? Don't worry. They're likely a bunch of ghouls and whatnot. Hardworking, conditioned, tireless, no maintenance, kind of dumb, perfect workers. Probably won't leave their seats unless we make them. But let's not. We got more important things to do. Like destroying a few years worth of their work. Figures don't stop pounding away on their keyboards. In fact, they don't react to her words at all. Get up, start up. Alrighty. So do we go straight over to the server room, or do you want to check one of the side rooms first? Your call. I prefer to wrap things up here as fast as possible. Hey, little cars, you're with us. Thanks to the data you gathered. You betcha. You think you can use a voice was too useful, feel free to do it. Look around, think how to respond. No, this is your show. Let's get out of here as fast as we can. I hear you. This way. We follow Hope out of the room. Another depressing corridor. We're gonna who knows what. You expect Hope to walk to the very end again, but this time she stops halfway and starts mumbling under her breath. Wait, was it this door? Or don't tell me she moved things around. Looks like she's been here before. not surprised in of itself, but she gives off an impression of a person who used to know the entire layout of the building very well. After a brief reflection, Hope approaches a door a few feet away and pushes the button next to it. Apocalypse. Well, that's cheery. Apocalypse. Access granted. You walk inside. At first glance, the outlook looks very similar to the last one. You entered rows of screens and rows of listless silhouettes in front of them. However, Hope quickly spots the difference. Target confirmed. Moving to data room. That's there's a room with endless machines at the back of the open space. Hope walks in, takes out some hardware out of a bag she's carrying and begins the process of removing data. Should have invested in SSDs, says. Time to bust out my portable, the geyser. She turns to you. It'll take a good minute. I got a few other tricks up my sleeve. Find something that interests you, let me know. Should you wait near her or take a look around? Take a look around. Take a look around. Might be something interesting. Have fun, dear God in heaven. I know I will. You start walking around for a while. You notice nothing but errors that start popping up on the screen here and there. The ghouls trying to fight against them, but quickly realize it's futile and surrender. Eventually, you find a door with voice controls. You call out Hope. She pauses her work for a second and approaches you. This door, huh? All right, let's give it a shot. You press the button. Canoe and kayak. You watch over Hope's shoulder as she types the password in critical speed to the homemade-looking app, and then Kara's voice sends out canoe and kayak. Verification error. Access denied. You press the button again. Canoe and kayak. No dice. I'm back to work. Too bad. You really wonder if you're to blame this truck. If you're to blame, and shrug and follow Hope to the data center and data room enters. There, you wait until her work is complete. A while passes. Finally, you hear a triumphant yell. All done, baby. Looks like those boys are finally going to get a break. You realize that the constant silent rhythm of mechanical keyboards has stopped. The workers are all idling, slumped over the desk, completely resigned for the fact their Ryzen day chair has I don't know how to pronounce that, has disappeared. Hope hurried, collects her hardware and motions you to follow her. Coteries in the shell. All right, we're almost done. Now we're just needing to take care of the backups. We can get the hell away from here. You take a lax scan to ghouls and follow some step. In another corridor, hardly discernible from the previous ones, there's a giant underground complex. How much money has Montgomery spent on it? Hope looks around, frowning, mumbling, something indecipherable. Eventually, she points in front of her. There. This is where she must keep the backups. The sturdy metal door, unlike any other in this building. Right next to it, however, there's a voice-based security system you know pretty well by now. Please, 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 just no last second surprises. She hesitates to do it, but eventually she pushes the button. Eternal return. Hope dutifully types down the term in her phone. Eternal return. Access denied. Please try again. Hope hisses under her breath. It's time to push the button. Double spiral. Tap. Double spiral. You feel like time has frozen. For whatever reason, it takes longer than usual for the speaker to deliver the verdict. Access granted. What a relief. The metal door grinds loudly as they invite you in. This time you walk in first and Hope follows. Wait a minute, you recognize this place. It shouldn't be here, but there are no ways about it. This is Hope's haven. Same bed, same decorations, same ambivalence. It's all a lot more dusty, but the backups are in the back. I'll just get them. Oh no, they're the same person. Who's Markavian? They're the same fucking person. She seems a little sheepish as she approaches the double spiral devices and unpacks her own hardware to take care of them. You take in your surroundings. So it's like that, huh? I understand everything now. Hope sighs. Doesn't take a genius to figure it out. She looks at you as if she was about to add something, and then bites her tongue and gets back to destroying her rival's life. She'll make it obvious she doesn't want to re-examine her past. You rest against the bed, quietly watching Hope's technologically wizardry and wonders about her past relationship with her for long lines. The respect you spent here become more patient to get out. Eventually, the devices surrounding double spiral backup started to appear in the bag as they were taken out of. It's in the process of near completion. You decide to approach the door before it does. However, before you make a move, the doors begin to make a grinding noise. You freeze up and watch them open. Behind them stands the very person you're afraid would appear. That punk sheets on your hood you would avoid seeing tonight. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Oh wait, they're twins. They're twins again? They're Hope raises her head and their eyes meet. Both of their faces momentarily turn to stone. Oh. You can pick out every emotion from their stares, and you'll probably be right. An unbearable tension fills the room as nobody wants to make their first move. Eventually, Hope decides to break their stalemate by loudly pressing enter on the laptop and immediately dropping it into her bag. It doesn't any more the provocation. The Malkavian letting her opponent know she won, but it works. The noise makes Montgomery snap out of her stupor. You psycho, you demented, vindictive psycho. The air turns thick with murderous intent. Hi. Hope pretends she hasn't noticed. Kara's blood becomes palatable. You were supposed to be in the other side of the city by now at the meeting. I'm notified of every failed voice authentication attempt. I got back here expecting to find some idiots still trying to make their way through the front. She looks around, but I never expected. Just how? Hope reluctantly types something down on her phone. I'm the CEO that was why I endorse wrecking my shit. Kara grimaces at the sound of her own voice and quickly connects the dots. You fucking gremlin. How did you get your hands on that kind of tech? Wait, no, they're not twins. They're in a relationship. They're in a relationship. Company's secret. Host provoking her, no two ways about it. Kara knows it. No. She used to work for her. This used to be her room. Yeah. This used to be her room. Yeah, this used to be her room. That's what it is. I believe this paradise for you, for us. Wow, that's a lot of weird conclusions I came to before I came to the actually good one. For yourself and nobody else. What happened to the Hope I used to know? She can't come to the phone right now. She's dead. I regret the day I let you into my life. Stop lying to yourself, Kara. You only regret the day you let me out of my life. Shouldn't have let your mask slip, honey. Wow, they do sound like they had a relationship. A snappish response almost escaped my, so I'm not that far-fetched. Almost escapes Kara's mouth, but she managed to stop herself before letting decisions evolve into a child's spat. Just tell me there's a copy of my banner you haven't ruined, and I'll let you out of here alive. She gives you a hateful look. Both of you. Hope tilts her head and flashes an evil ear-to-ear grin. Not a single bit of data remains, more than they could have worked down the drain. Welcome to the worst night of your night since the .com crash, Miss Montgomery. Kara looks at the stake which is driven through her heart. She started to collapse, sliding down against the door like she was sinking deeper into her personal hell. Hope just stares at her torment, wearing an indecipherable expression, waiting for her rival to reach the floor. Then she does, and at the lowest point of her life, she finds something unexpected. I never ever wanted to do this. This is not me. Her voice sounds completely different. There's one way out of this mess. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna get my data back. Hope looks so confused for a second. And an understanding draws on her. Come on, Kara, you wouldn't dare. You started this game. Now accept your loss. The game isn't over until all the players are out of moves. Honey. Bearing her fangs now. There are two of us against one. If you commit the sin of Dablier, the last time something like this happened to me, I was ready to die. I think I'll take my chances. It's not like I haven't dreamed about feeling my fangs inside of you for a long time. So you want to give me this one victory? Prove once and for all that I was right. It was never about me, but about all this stupid garbage in my head. The victories, please. Victories are material. They aren't like your little internet arguments. She's serious about this, Lamar. She wants to devour me as a whole, sacrifice her humanity in exchange for access to my soul and everything that I know. Stay away, Lamar. You want money, data, domain privileges, a position that double spiral, anything you want. You can get it, you just look the other way. Don't listen to this shit. The moment the prince finds out, it's final death for her, and Kara runs. Her moves resembling a beast more than human, immediately closing to grab the Hope, and then she jumps at the McCalvin like a wild prey hunting her prey. Hope instinctively attempts to defend herself, but is immediately overwhelmed. Laying on the ground, she looks like a deer in headlights. Kara, on the other hand, looks like a bear ready to maul its victim. If you want to react, you need to do so now. You push yourself to the limit and let your powers take over. The world slows down, letting you run to Kara and Hope. In the blink of an eye, you immediately grab Montgomery by her clothes and attempt to yank her aside. However, the moment she recognizes your touch, she immediately attempts to swat you down. Despite your superhuman feats, she's still almost as quick as you. Her limbs keep zooming wildly towards your vital areas. You dodge every one of them, but each time feels like narrowly jumping out of a wave of an oncoming truck. You back away. Better try something different before she gets lucky and hits you. You decide to let your instinct take over. Before you know it, you're already at full sprint. You run up to Kara, grab her, and start pulling her away from Hope. However, you're dealing with a beast here. Choosing to trust your instincts, you underestimate hers. Where you realize while you fight yourself smashed against the nearest wall. Confused on the page, you check your torso. Some bills feel like broken, but you still got lucky. She's able to move around, but it will take some time to hear. Kara already focused on attacking Hope again. Just rushing and blinding won't help. You need a plan. Wait. There's no point in just rushing in blindly. Kara's like a feral animal now. You don't wrestle with those. You use tools to overwhelm them. You look at Hope's bag. Could any devices help? No way in hell. Think harder. You look at the bed, the pillows, the canopy. Hooks hanging down from the ceiling. Bingo. You grab one of the hooks and yank the chain. Long enough for your idea to work. You run to Kara, who's about to maul Hope like a wild animal. Then you stab her with all your strength. The hook gets deep under her skin. Kara yells, but there's more surprise than pain in her voice. You wrap the chain around her a few times. Then you step back and start pulling with all your strength. Kara, taken by surprise, still not understanding what's going on. She loses balance. Give herself a chance to escape. Hope takes it. Still takes a second to understand the situation. What she does, she rubs you and starts pulling the chain with you. You never handed her alone, but Hope displays surprising strength while pulling the chain. A minute later, she's hanging above the floor like a butchered carcass. The end of the hook is still stuck in her chest, and it's sinking deeply as she struggles. However, she's flailing so wildly she might free herself, but it puts her out of commission. Use one hand to desperately search for something that can help you under the bed. Belts, handcuffs, a whip, a giant cattle prod. You have no time but to act bemusingly. You put it to her head and turn it on. The device must be modified. The powerful current is so powerful it causes scarring almost immediately. She's getting weaker and weaker. I'm fucking her up. It takes Kara a while to accept defeat, but eventually she does. Her body seemingly lifeless. Her head hanging down. She looks like a grotesque portrait of defeat. The hook must have reached her heart. It takes Hope a long time to collect herself. Eventually she manages to speak up. Guess we've gotten to this point, huh? Just like Kara before, Hope starts to talk in a completely different way than she usually does. I have a bad feeling about this. You want to add my data to yours, I can grant your wish, except not the way you imagine it. Hope starts mumbling and circling around Kara for the first time since you've met her. She acts like she doesn't have her phone in hand. This violent aura, this Malkavian look deeply into your eyes. She knows you know what she's tempted to do. Suddenly for her not to do it, it doesn't feel right. She puts on a devilish look and starts walking towards Kara, looking like a zombie. She starts mumbling under her breath. You can see her fangs as she seeks. Liberate from yourself from the shackles of ordinary mortality. Make them scream. Feel the warmth. She stops before Kara and turns to you with a melancholic spark in her eyes, ready to say goodbye. She then utters one word. Psych. Her slouched posture immediately straightens out as her fingers start dancing to the photograph. She sends you a wink. Got your ass. You shake your head and sigh with a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm not about to give into temptation here. I remember our previous arrangement. You helped me out, and now it's time to return the favor. Hope tilts her head and looks at Kara. I call in some favors and take care of her. She was about to commit diablerie, and I know other people who would love to see her hang for it. Not that she needs any help with that now. A puppet is angrily sallied by a single thread. By the way, I disabled security so you're free to leave whenever you want and call me whenever you want. I'm part of your gang now, simplify and all that. I'll stay here, take care of someone for this business ahead. We've done a great job. You start heading towards the exit and gives her a thumbs up before you leave. She laughs a little and already back to her usual self. Right back at you. See you on around, Normie. See you around, Hope. Your portrait just became more unique than you ever thought it would be. Immediately after you enter the park, you can tell something is wrong, and all silence stands in the air, like a silence from a trucking victim after a fight leaves them. Give me a second. It doesn't take you long to find Tamika. You see her in the distance leaning against a tree. As you make your way towards her, she puts her finger to her lips. Only then do you notice the blood dripping from her side. You pick her up, letting her lean onto you. She looks at you, her eyes wild with fear and rage. They hear the Inquisition. They found us. Raul, he drew him away. Save my ass. He's still out there. We need to go. We need to help him. You're bleeding out. You're in no shape to mount a rescue. Screw you. A jolt of pain makes her almost bend in half. I'm going. You're barely standing. I won't let you get yourself killed. I'm going. You want to stop me? Might as well kill me now. The sheer force of will, she managed to straighten herself up. Let's fucking do this. You hear deeper in the parks. Soon you stumble upon a set of innocent barriers, service vehicles, black and yellow, caution tape, men in work suits that keep the civilians out of a certain area. It's not at all difficult for a creature of the night to avoid these. You almost think their presence is accidental, but once you spot black fans deeper in, you get a foreboding feeling. Tamika grabs your shoulder and squeezes hard. Hold up. There. You have to squint to see it. 2 SI scouts have taken tactical positions behind the trees. There's no way in hell you have noticed them or hid in time if Tamika hadn't alerted you. Body armor, camo, night vision goggles, rifles, semi-automatic shotguns, some equipment you can't even name. These guys mean business. There's no time. She gets ready to just pounce on them. Consequences be damned. You need to think and fast. Focus your efforts. You head for the nearest opponent, letting Tamika take care of the other one. The target falls before he's able to pull the trigger. A faint gurgle lets you know Tamika has done her part. You look over to see her standing over a rapidly cooling corpse of a soldier. She flicks her ribs, sprinkling the grass under her feet at the man's blood. It's a tie. All things considered, you're doing alright. Keep moving. Tamika just a near patch of trees. Stick to the shadows. Take them one at a time. Sound advice. You take it to heart as you move towards Tamika's haven. It doesn't take long for you to run across more of them. 3 operatives in full riot gear are running down a park alley, sweeping the area with barrel-mounted flashlights. Keeping very still and very quiet, you wait for them to approach. Tamika watches you from the bushes nearby, clearly waiting to follow your lead. As the first victim marches past, you lunge at them, sinking your teeth into his neck. One sudden motion, you rip out a chunk of their flesh from his throat. Quickly before the other 2 can react, you rush at them full speed. As you're about to take them out, the first one out, Tamika passes from sound, taking them out in an instant. As she lands, she springs back towards the other one. A slight slash of her claws is all it takes. The man's body falls to the ground. A second or 2, his head follows. He raises an eyebrow at Tamika. Shakes back with a roguish grin. 2 to 1. No time to savor your victory. As a savage yell rings out from across the tree, you know that voice, Raul. Tamika throws herself towards where it came from. It's almost unbelievably fast how she moves, considering the state she's in. You're barely able to keep up. Mere seconds later, you find yourself under the cover of a rose bush, giving you a clear view of a nearby clearing. Off the distance, you spot a group of gunmen converging. Slowly but surely, the circle of hunters close in on the lone figure is struggling on the ground. The figure lets out a pained roar. Looking closely, you realize it's Raoul, caught in the same steel net you saw used against the Scarred One. He struggles frantically, trying to break free. When she's passing seconds, step by step, the operatives close in on around him. Driven by instinct, Tamika jerks forward to save her brother. She stops herself at the last moment, as if reminded of your presence. Okay, how do we do this? You're going fast and fierce, no messing around. Take them out as quick as you can. She nods in approval. Sounds good. You move on like a two-person SWAT team, staying low to the ground where you finally make your first move. The first two hunters meet their death. Unfortunately enough for the other two to notice your presence, so much for the element of surprise. As a man towards you, your fingers are already on the trigger. Another approaches you, stabbing at the air with their cattle prods. Going for the long-hanging fruit, you engage the cattle prod wielders with some effort. You manage to avoid getting shot. In the seconds, both of your opponents lie dead on the grass. Meanwhile, Tamika does her share as she swiftly avoids the gunfire and moves in for the kill. 4 bodies hit the ground. 2 vampires are still standing. And both turn towards the last remaining foes. Driven by sheer desperation, the sole surviving soldier stands over Raoul and aims a semi-automatic shotgun at his head. Tamika growls. You gesture at her to stand down. There's no room for mistake. A faint whisper in the ears and makes way to Tamika's ear. I'm marked, be ready. With shaking hand, again looked at Tamika as if warning to not come closer. It's mostly for show. He's fucking, he knows it. You bid your time, waiting for the right moment to signal Tamika. Finally see no opening. It speaks like an invitation. Before you can make your move, Raoul springs up, grabbing the man's gun. As they struggle, and you and Tamika north towards the gunman. A shock rings out. Raoul's body collapses under the weight of the steel. His head, a gaping hole. Oh, shit. The operative looks at you, startled and confused, his eyes white and seeing Tamika fly towards him, death incarnate. The man's screams echo across the park. She doesn't stop, not when his intestines are spread on the grass, not when his eyes turn to bloody holes, not when his face turns to mush. Only when the scream stops, only when it is certain he met his cruel end. Only then does he stop. You watch in silence as she walks over to what's left of her brother. Wait, a shot to the head can kill them? Falling to her knees, Tamika looks at her unlike any you've ever seen, as if she was possessed by some wailing spirit, a banshee screaming out into the sky. The scream echoes across the clearing until finally it all goes quiet. With the tears screaming down her face, she looks up at you. It's my fault. I put us in their sights. If it wasn't for me, he'd still. Clenching her fist, she pounds to the ground in frustration. Fuck. Come on, we need to get out of here. This isn't over yet. More will be coming. She gets up. A violent shiver runs through her entire body, as if she's literally trying to shrug off her despair. When she looks at you again, she seems far more clear-headed. Right, let's get out of here. Hastily yet carefully, you make your way out of the park. You don't stop until you reach the nearby alleyway. There, in relative safety of the surrounding darkness, you take a moment to rest. Leaning against the wall, Tamika presses her hand onto her wound. Fighting off the pain, she looks at you. Let's split up, less attention. Hunters, spotters on the roofs. I'm not going anywhere. You need to get you patched up. I know a guy. We'll be fine. Knowing when it's time to fold, you nod and head towards the far end of the alley. After several steps, you look back to see how Tamika's doing. You smile, noting her absence. You manage past a couple of blocks without incident. You thank your lucky stars and blends to the nightly New York crowd. Hopefully Tamika made it well. I was hoping to feed, but okay. Come back to the Haven after a long night on the town. There's still some time before someone comes up, but sometimes you need a break to relax or watch television. I open the door. It's clear something is wrong. You hear moaning from within. Stepping cautiously inside, see a man splayed on the floor, 40, strong build, wearing a black suit. One of Sophie's servants. His face is a mess. Piece of bone sticking out of his leg. The ghoul moans through his broken teeth, only half conscious. Just as you're about to do something, the door of the apartment flies off hinges in a loud crash behind your back. Freeze, don't move. You turn around and see at least 6 police officers storming your apartment. Two point guns at your face while the rest spread out. Check other rooms. One of the cops push past you into the living room. There's a body here. We're going to need an ambulance. He's still breathing. Bewildered, you gather your wits. Must be some way out of your situation. Just came in. I have no idea what happened. Please, you have to believe me. Save it for someone who gives a fuck. Another policeman pushes you against the wall and yanks your hands behind your back. Consider using your vampiric powers, but how would you do that without breaking the masquerade? You glance at the body cameras. The officers are wearing vests. Make this look like a normal arrest. Still, sunrise is not far too far away. Suddenly you hear a commotion out in the hallway. Sophie walks into your apartment surrounded by an entourage of serious-looking men and women in dark clothes. Some of them flash badges of the officers present. You feel the powers of Sophie's blood, almost like a physical sensation in your skin. There's no saying no to her. The man was with me when this terrible act of violence occurred. He has an airtight alibi. You rarely seen Sophie wield a full extent of her powers. You're not sure how much is supernatural ability, how much is bribery and political connections. It doesn't matter. This injured man works for me. He must be hospitalized. If he doesn't receive a full recovery, there will be consequences. For 15 minutes, you watch as Sophie imperviously orders the police officer also seem to be police, but you're not sure. You catch Sophie grimacing in the direction of an empty corner. Something tells you that there might be a third vampire in the apartment. Your stalker, perhaps. The injured man gets carried away on a stretcher. The cops leave without even checking your ID. There'll be problems? No, the police know to avoid this house. This was an anomaly. Your stalker was here, but now she left. Her name was Adelaide Davis, in case you're wondering. A lunatic, truly one of the more pestilent clans. How can I stop this from happening again? You can't, but we can. I arrange a little chat with Miss Davis. Later, you join me in asylum and deal with this problem like the vampire you are, with words. Sophie leaves you alone. The idea of spending the day in a haven had just been raided. The idea of spending the day in a haven that just been raided by the police seems risky, but you decide to trust Sophie's assurances. It's not like you have anything else going on. Sophie requests your presence tonight, and it seems urgent. You find her waiting for you and clearly pondering something. It takes a few minutes of awkward silence before she speaks. I require your assistance tomorrow. There's a matter of great importance I need to ask you to resolve for me. You will find what I'm about to say surprising, I'm sure, but I need you to hear me out. I need you to contact an important anarch figure in NYC, and I will arrange a meeting for us. Wait, I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to meet with the anarchs. We're at war, right? The prince does look unfavorably at those who meet with the anarchs. That much is true. You will find that with this, as with many other things, the Chimerala's policies have more than their share of hypocrisy inherent in them. Comes hand in hand with using medieval power structures. What we are forbidden to do, the prince may do willingly. Some of these things can be done in the open, while others are kept secret as to not invite discord and discontent. I need you to contact a man named Torque. He's an influential member of the movement, and like most of them, very suspicious of Camarilla. That's why I'm sending you to extend my invitation. How do I know he'll talk to me? How do I know he'll even talk to me? He won't, not anyways. You'll need to start further down the chain with the right story to spin. From my limited sources adjacent to the movement, I've gathered that your best chance to speak to Torque is to first meet with his right-hand woman. She's a regular at the club called the Leech Pit. I think it would be best if you present yourself as an anarch hopeful. A fledgling looking for a place of belonging. Only after you talk to Torque directly should you mention my name and the meeting. Yeah, that makes sense. If I open with I'm the Camarilla, they might cut me off. We can reveal our cards once I have his attention. My thoughts exactly. Tonight I suggest we do not speak of this again until you arrange a meeting. There are many who will jump at the chance to use this against us. With Kaiser, you have proven you can get the job done. If it requires additional legwork, I trust you to deal with this task as quickly as covertly as possible. Forgive me, but that's all the time I can spare. What I'm asking you is just part of a bigger whole. Trust me, it will all be worth it. Okay, I'll do my best. I know you will. Check with Gregory for the address of the leech pit. Have me introduce you to Torque. When she does, tell him I wish to meet him. Let him pick the time and place, but let it be soon. If he proves too guarded, tell him I have something that will help gather allies against Boss Callian. That should pique his interest. Good luck, and obviously not a word about this to anyone, not even any new friends you might have made in recent nights. This stays between us. The way she says that final sentence suggests a not so veiled threat, but warm sound belies the impression. You want her to keep trusting you. You wouldn't want to disappoint her. Gregory gives you the address. The club is in Brooklyn. Apparently, some kind of heavy metal bar with a dedicated concert space. Underpaid me a visit. This place is teeming with people tonight. You arrive in the middle of a concert. The music is loud, almost deafening, and it takes you a while to get used to it. The noise hurts your ears. This venue isn't suitable for this kind of music. None of the instruments sound the way they should. Oh my god. The cacophony sets you on edge. A group of a few dozen patrons are tightly packed together, and the smell of sweat and youthful excitement, blood overwhelms you momentarily. It's with some difficulty that you turn to the desk at hand. You heard your share about aeronautics and how they fit into kindred politics. We only have your short encounter in Corona Park on which to base your actual opinion of the faction. That might have just a horrible first impression, but you keep guarded up just in case. Yeah, first things first, the atmosphere of this place is distracting you, with a beast nagging to be fed. If you're to put your best foot forward, you best get the need out the way temporarily. The place which with opportunity you decided might be easier to just grab a somewhat drunk concert goer that strikes your fancy, see whether they're willing to indulge you. Sure enough, you chop a tipsy patron, hitting it off quickly, augmenting your charm with the power of your blood. Interest of time, you didn't catch her name. She's been waiting for her boyfriend she hasn't showed. She was pretty much ready to dump him anyway, so hey, here's the new beginnings. Another vodka shot disappears down her throat. She kisses you on the mouth. It's super sloppy, the alcohol in her breath is overbearing. You take your chance and kiss her neck and then bite down. Yeah, her evening drink definitely colors the way her blood tastes. Alcohol and melancholy, not a combo you're unfamiliar with. Somebody smacks you on the head and rips you off. The girl just as you lick the wounds close. He throws you to the ground. Oh no, it's the boyfriend. The argument they get into as your victim, they seemingly immediately sober us, gives you a chance to mix in with the now dispersing crowd. The concert is over. A hand on your shoulder, you instinctively tense up and preparing to dodge a punch. Instead, you come face to face with a lanky woman in a jacket 2 sizes too big for her frame. Follow me behind the back lick. Got a few questions, and you better give me snappy answers if you know what's good for you. She leads you through the bar to the back that leads into the side room. Indie metal band posters are plastered on every wall, some of them 20 more years old, judging from the tour dates. An old sticky table and some rickety chairs are the only pieces of furniture there. Sit down. I think I'm comfortable standing, thanks. She shrugs her shoulders. Suit yourself. She leans against one of the walls. My name's Mia. I'm guessing your visit here isn't a happy coincidence. I don't know you, so either you're new in New York or you kept an outstandingly low profile. Both sound suspect. So before we take these pleasantries further, answer me this. Who do you run with? I'm independent. I don't bow to anyone. Isn't that adorable? Listen, Fledgy, you don't get to be this fresh in the game and not pick a side. The Second Inquisition fucks aren't all too happy to pick on delusional kids like you. So are the camps. They offer you rewards of plenty for your servitude, but never actually deliver. Fortunate for you, there's another option. Before I get into that, let's get one thing out of the way. She leans in. If this is some clever ploy to oust me from my domain, or if you're here to spy on me in the movement, I'll make sure you don't enjoy undeath much longer. Got it? You can tell it's a purely rhetorical question. Right, here's the pinch. The Camarilla likes to think they're the vanilla option. what was Prince bitch pan hard pretending that they're always in charge, but New York has never been a fully cammy city. They might have won the city in '99, but camps have had their asses handed to them many times over the years, and the movement hasn't been here as long as they have. Has been here as long as they have. I said that wrong. Hell, I moved to NYC before World War II, and that was that was a good while after that was a good and that was a good while after I saw the Camarilla for what they are, a way to keep us off subservient and in line. The ivory tile will tell you they're the ivory tile will tell you they're the only safeguard for traditions, and that's kind of the problem. Hold on. Oh, it's another name for the Camarilla. Counting is those who create thine own children. Their seals are thine to adore. Fifth, honor one. Six, tradition, destruction, thou alphabet, destroy another kind. The right destruction belongs only to thine elder. No, I know that. Like, a good derogatory term usually to just young and inexperienced vampires. Emotion Council. A small group of creatures united by the need for support and sometimes common interest. That. I care term for the blood of a vampire. Oh, I see. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was blood. The young kid you're recently embraced but more than a fledgling. Oh, I see. Yeah, that I know. Yeah, particular vampire empires, princes claim entire cities as a domain, so sometimes allowing lesser vampires to claim domain within. Yeah, that makes sense. I know most of these terms. Oh, I see. Second, often abbreviated as SI, collectively name most vampires for the recent coordinated efforts of intelligence agencies to combat the kindred as if they were a terrorist threat. Individual agents understand what they are fighting, and their intra-agencies collaborations, codename First Light, places enormous impact. Oh, okay, so it's the government's way of combating supernatural entities that they don't understand. They don't quite perfectly understand. So one tradition where in the movement feels should respect the masquerade, obviously. Everyone else asks the prince, she'll tell you it's the logical continuation of the masquerade, but really it's just a way to keep elders powerful and in control, she grimaces. But here's the thing, for all the talk, us bloodsuckers being solitary creatures, we need a community to keep up the masquerade. Community, yes, but authority, not so much. We need a council of peers to keep assholes and power drug fledges in check, but not a feudal prince to tell you where to feed and who to hunt down when they step on their toes. She takes a brief break from her indignant rant. Sorry. So you anarchs don't have a ruler? A ruler? No. But leaders? Sure. Mostly follow old boss Callahan's lead. So what he's saying is I should talk to Callahan. No, I'm saying you should talk to somebody else. It's about being well received in the city. You need to go through Callahan. If you're serious about the anarch cause itself, he's not your guy. Callahan eats up virgins like you and shits out self-preservation. His position is barren. As barren is mighty shaky now, not least due to the fact that he's backstabbed more than his share of allies. Barren. As the most barren is a strong ally who controls territory and with authority those living in it. One of the most common types of barons is a lake who has a city neighborhood. The other common type, a common type. The baron who attempts to control a entire city on his own, a local strongman. He behaves suspiciously like a Camarilla prince. So he's doing what any other old fart in a position of power would do. He's doubling down. Negotiations are out. Intimidation is in, tightening ranks as a precaution against a second Inquisition. She's surprising you by hacking and spitting on the ground in disgust. If you spent some time with the camps, that should sound very familiar to you. She's no better than Panhard and her cronies at this point. No, you need to contact Torque. And wouldn't you know it, it's your lucky night because I'm the lick to do it. True. How is he different from Callahan? Motherfucker, you're really asking for it. Her anger flakes up again. I pretend that was just a naive question that I half-assed jabbed. Torque is a leader, a local baron who oversees a small domain, but doing a very good job of it. Callahan knows this, so she's giving him shit. Torque is taking it like a champ. She's smart like that. For one of us rebels, she's got the patience of a saint. Makes you think back of how things used to be way back when, and the stories I believed. Anyways, you want to meet him? It's going to require a good show of goodwill first. That's fair. What do you have in mind? She flashes you a miss. Your chiefess has a small grin. I appreciate your readiness, but all the details, just ask me at the bar. If you're able, I'll leave something for you. We'll take it from there. Now, come on, I gotta go. She walks you out. Go separate. It's like there's nothing more to do than return here later and see if Mia really can help you contact Torque. Visiting Elysium with Sophie is always a humbling experience. She's connected and well important. You're a nobody. You've always known this, of course, but especially apparent when you arrive up there. Everybody notices and drinks it, like it's her birthright. That's Alec Lade Davis. Let's go say hello. You spot a woman Sophie's referring to. Alec Lade, your stalker. Intense, disheveled, young-looking, a Malkavian. You understood correctly. As you spot it, as you approach, Adelaide looks at you with undisguised hatred. My two favorite people. I love you too, Adelaide. Adelaide looks from Sophie to you and laughs mirthlessly. The sound is creepy enough to make people glance towards you. I'll never stop, you know that. I'm relentless. What is this all about? I understand why you hate me, but why hate Lamar? Adelaide looks so angry for a moment. Looks so angry for a moment you fear she'll hit you, asylum or no. As you don't know, they called me a creep. That's very insulting, especially to someone like me. Was that when you were creeping invisible in my haven? Yes. Sophie sighs. You have to stop, otherwise I'll take this to Coteries. Do that. I have friends much more powerful than him. Just please stop. I never stop. Never ever. Adelaide locks eyes with you, ignoring Sophie. Let's talk later. We'll have some fun together. Adelaide walks away. Sophie watches her go before she says anything. She's a lunatic. They say all kinds of things. Don't worry about it. She knows if she crosses the line, there will be consequences. Sophie steps away to chat with her friends, and you look at kindred around you, wondering how many would really help you in times of trouble. Probably not many. It's weird, bro. You arrive at the Leech Pit, finding it less rowdy than last time. The bar is still packed, but the dance floor is empty tonight. Instead, an old crackling speakers are playing music that will probably sound like noise even on high-end hardware. Mia is nowhere to be seen. Do you remember she requested to ask her that you asked for her at the bar? You approach the bar as the bartender finishes pouring a beer for an older guy in faded gray Iron Maiden t-shirt. She turns to you. What can I get you? I was told to ask you about me at the bar. Yes, she's not in tonight. Sitting down, a spark recollection sights in her eye. Oh yeah, that's right. She takes a well-worn book from behind the counter. Some kind of YA vampire novel, and flips through it. She produces a piece of paper from behind the book's pages, passes it to you. Told me you'd be interested in reading this. You find a relatively quiet corner and look at the note. T wants to meet you. I arranged for, but you need to prove you're trustworthy. Look around, at least for a guy named Bruce, buff dude, tattoo sleeve in his right arm. On 90%, he's someone's retainer. Said he's spying on us, but he can. Get me a name of his master and write it down on his card and return it to the bar. It doesn't take you long to locate this bride, Bruce. He sits alone in the corner, 2 beer glasses already empty on his table. You take a moment to consider your approach. The man immediately notices you but doesn't move from his spot. The other seats are empty. Hey, do I know you? You look familiar. Oh yeah, I think I saw you here before, right? Yeah, I was at the concert the other night. Oh yeah, that's right. And then you went behind the bar with that hot chick. What I do for some time alone with her. Anyways, I think I can help you with, or are you... Anything I can help you, or are you looking just for somebody to chat with? How about a drink? Sure, get me a Lemmy, you know, whiskey or Coke. A short while later, return with a drink. With the drink, the guy has been eyeing you the whole time. Picks up the glass and takes a big gulp. Oh yeah, that hit the spot. Takes a second drink to really loosen up, and a third to make him somewhat more chatty. You learn the story of his tattoo. He tells you about his gym routine, an actual drama series he's been binge watching on YouTube, and where his favorite spot to fuck girls is. At no point does he let slip anything that will mean somebody's goal, though. In fact, you begin to suspect he's not really as drunk as he acts. Well, that was nice, but I gotta go. Thanks for a minute. Hey, wait a minute. You haven't had anything to drink all this time. Yeah, I don't really do that stuff anymore. I know for a fact your master doesn't either. Any suggestion of his drunkenness is immediately gone. Sorry, my what? Into panic appears on his face. You better answer the fucking question. You know what's good for you. Your master. Name now, please. Doesn't buy it. Thought you had him cornered, but he suddenly eats over the table one smooth move and dashes through the sparse crowd. You catch up with him. He's bolting, alright. Throwing caution to the wind, you focus your blood and give chase after Bruce. He's faster than a human, but his abilities are a fraction of yours. He dashes into a nearby alley and you follow suit. Before he can jump the fence, you tackle him to the ground. A short, broad lady is standing for Bruce, eyeing you with hatred. Listen, you cover his bone. I was told you are. You better come out and plead your master's name. That's all I need. Bullshit. Besides, you killed me by telling me, and I quite like being alive. Here's the deal. You tell me your master's name, and you'll save yourself a water heart. Unless you want to exit this alley on a stretcher, you better. Bruce doesn't wait for you to finish talking. He jumps out, you kicking and pucking with a dizzying span, and takes you by surprise. Puts you on the defenses. As you're about to retaliate, he breaks away and jumps to the fence. He's gone. God damn. They plan to leave something for me. You borrow a pen and flip it. Sure, so his master must be free will, but that's all you gotta. Fears but to leave anything. Hold on a second. She wants me to pass this on to you. She puts herself on bring on it's ancient, at least 15 years out of date. Oh right, and this. No charger for a piece of junk in your head. They really did think of everything. She said she'd be in touch. Just a moment to remind yourself how to operate this thing, and you find that its phone bank is blank. There's no Wi-Fi connection, no save message. Got a version of Snake though. The bartender's already at the other end of the domain, taking orders for patrons. With your INR contact, no one in sight, decide to move on for the night. Hopefully, your educated guess is based on scraps of info collected will be enough for me to call you. Oof. That's bad. Make your way up the stairs. You notice that the angel's office is surprisingly quiet. You were half expecting something akin to a scene from The Exorcist with Sana belching out curses or your companion sparkling her within. sprinkling her with whatever it is vampire is used for holy water. That she witnessed instead as she opened the door is a picture of Serenity. The girl, although still curled up in the corner, is sitting calmly with her eyes fixated on the pages of some pulpy detective novel. She doesn't even register your presence. Sitting behind the desk, D'Angelo seems to be looking over some files, puffing his usual brand of cigars. Seeing no trace of Larson, you assume he must have gone back to his family. Noticing your presence, the vampire detective leans back in his chair and gives you a tired look. Hey kid. Hey there, kid. Glad you could make it. Is she reading? I'm surprised she's actually able to focus on the book. She's not dumb, you know, just really fucking scattered. Figured I'd give her something to focus on. It seems to be working, calm her down. At the very least, as to how much she's actually getting out of the riveting narrative, like, your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, I've been going through the case files, mulling over our options. Surprise, surprise, they all suck donkey dick. No matter how we go about this, someone gets fucked over. Her, Larson, us. Wait, did you just say case files? We have those? Say what you will about me, but I take my work seriously. For my faithful assistant, you should too. So here's what we can do. 1. We grab Sana, take her to Asylum, and make the case for her to Prince Panhard. 2. We get Valerie to back off by feeding her the dirt I got on Larson. We try to get Sana out the city. Come on, kid. I hear them dots bouncing on your head from over here. Out with it. You want to bring Sana to Asylum? Isn't that pretty much a death sentence? Pretty much, but not quite. You get an audience with Panhard and you're able to convince her to spare Sana's life. Prince isn't as much of a hard ass as some would like her to be. She'd probably rather avoid further alienating the Dustborn community. That said, if you run into Katara, we're as good as fucked. Assuming we can get her out of the city, what makes you think she won't kill again? Hey, I ain't gonna let her loose in another state and forget about it. Got some people up north, people I can trust. They might be able to help her. At the very least, keep her safe. Make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Hey, time's a wasting. What do you think we should do? Wait, you're letting me make the call? Look, kid, I've been at it all day, mulling it over, and all I got from my trouble is spinning headache. I just don't know anymore. All I'm asking is for your honest opinion. Just pick one. Make a kid convince me it's the right thing, or at least the wrong, or least wrong at least. So one more time, bring the girl to Asylum, or trade her life for license, or sneak her out of town. Which one would you go with? Bringing her to Elysium seems more like the reasonable thing to do, and the cruelest, or at least the very least the most risky. If we can't convince Panhard to give Sana a shot, the girl is good as dead. We better be extra convincing. So be it. Fuck. Do me a favor, kid. Watch her for a few minutes, okay? I gotta make some arrangements, make a few calls. He catches himself, looks at you with an expression of the phony guilt, but not like with a phone or anything, because, you know, that would make me a naughty boy, which I'm clearly not. Right? He walks out I don't know what he means by that. He walks out of the office through the frosted windows. You see him instantly go for his clamshell phone. Screw it. Does it really make a difference at this point? He turns to the girl who still has her nose in the book. So is that book any good? I usually don't go for that sort of stuff. It just leaves me cold. She looks up from the book in her eyes glaze over, cold. A shiver runs down your spine. You decide it's best to leave her to reading and spend the next few minutes in complete silence. Finally, D'Angelo staggers back into the room. Alright, I called a friend who works at the art hole. She says the prince is there now in the private quarters. We'll just have to figure out a way to get an audience. He walks over to Sana and crosses beside her, speaking softly. He takes the book out of her hands and gently strokes her hair. Hey, darling, I need you to listen very carefully. We're gonna go on a little trip, okay? You need to stay quiet and stay close to me. Can you do that? Stay close to D'Angelo? She squints, trying her best to concentrate. D'Angelo. Oh wow, close enough. Something akin to a smile creeps onto her face. It's as close to happy as you've seen her. Gif, not hurt. D'Angelo returns her smile. You're welcome. He turns to you, putting his serious face back on. He nods. Looks like it's go time. The art hole welcomes you with all its usual weirdness and grotesqueries masquerading as contemporary art. Right now, however, the art is lasting on your mind as the three of you make your way through the crowd of usual suspects. D'Angelo gestures towards a lone figure standing in the corner. She is surprised it turns out to be Sophie. As you approach, she raises an eyebrow, taking an especially long look at Sana. The hair, I thought nothing in this world could surprise me anymore. Mind telling me what it is you're doing here? D'Angelo lodged courteously. Well, here to see the prince, here to see Prince Panhard. I don't suppose you could help us get an audience. I think you're confusing me with the Prince's Herald. An honest mistake in this lighting. So I'm afraid you're out of luck. From what I've heard, the Prince is not accepting visitors. We wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important. I'm sure the prince will be thankful for bringing this matter to her attention. Very nice, very slippery, and very futile. Said the princess is not accepting visitors. Suddenly you hear a voice from behind you. It's the last voice you possibly want to hear right now. Maybe I can help. Oh no. You look over to D'Angelo. She seems frozen in place and able to move a single muscle. This is bad, very bad. Keeping things casual. Kadir tips an imaginary hat in your general direction. When he looks at Sana, he knows this expression. He knows his expression. When he looks at Sana, you notice his expression sour ever so slightly. Perhaps it's a conversation best held in private. Follow me. Before leaving, he nods to Sophie. Langley, Kadir. Again, you glance over to D'Angelo, but he doesn't even acknowledge you. He seems to be in a state of deeply internalized panic. Not seeing any way out of this situation, Farrell Kadir into a small backstage area. He stops and addresses you once more. It's good to see you, D'Angelo. It's been a while since you last showed your face around here, and I see you brought friends. I am too quick to read this because it's too good. So how about we skip the unnecessary drama and you two leave without incident while I take care of our thin blood guest. You don't have to do this. She could still be helped. Maybe, maybe not. But that ship sailed a long time ago. Then tonight with me. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's just let us talk to Panhard. That's Prince Panhard to you, D'Angelo. And no, your harebrained scheme isn't gonna work. What exactly you think was gonna happen? You bring the dustboard with a blood hunt on their head to my doorstep, and what? Hope that the prince stays my cruel hand. Honestly, I thought you were smarter than that. But I promise to make it quick, painless. That's as much as you get, so don't push it. With that, he turns to Sana. His expression grows softer, almost kind, then grabs her by the hand gently. There's not even an inkling of violence in his demeanor. Come, my child, you have been very brave. The payment's almost over. Pain over. The blissful image, she looks at you and D'Angelo as the sheriff walks her out of the room. Your companion looks broken, ever something inside him just snapped. Not even looking at you, he utters under his breath, I killed her. Give it your all. Sometimes shit just happens and you do about it. Nice catchphrase, kid. You should have it printed on a t-shirt. One awkward silence ensues. I really thought I could save her, you know. Not really knowing what to say, you lift your hand to pat him on the back. You stop yourself in mid-motion. Somehow it didn't seem like the thing to do. Leave the art gallery, head back to Red Hook. On your way, you kept thinking about Sana and whether now, the exact moment Kadir brings her final death is not a pleasant journey. Slowly, clumsily, you make your way back to the green terminal. No words are spoken, no bad jokes, no monologues remembered, and no smiles exchanged. Damn. That sucks. There's only silence and vacant stares. As you head up the stairs to D'Angelo's office, you can feel the tension rising. You tell the moldy sleuths have reached a breaking point. He walks up to the office and leans against his cluttered desk. He figured now as good as any to break the silence. Are you gonna be okay? The moment you finish your sentence, D'Angelo leans over and sweeps all of his stuff off the desk. Notepads, bits of paper, and what looks like cheap imitation of an antique lamp. It all comes crashing to the floor. It doesn't stop there. He grabs a heavy file cabinet and knocks it over. Slowly but surely, the once quiet office turns into a heap of crumpled paper and broken furniture. The tantrum lasts for mere seconds. As you stand there watching, it feels like forever. Finally, D'Angelo stops and looks up at the ceiling. It's hard to tell if he's had enough or simply run out of stuff to throw around. As he stands there, slowly regaining composure, one of the objects scattered on the floor catches your eye. It's a small paperback novel, the same you saw Sana reading earlier tonight. It must have landed there while D'Angelo was giving the room a royal thrashing. You pick it up. The huge letter, the title, the cover spells The Longest Night and Other Stories. Oh, it's an anthology. A smaller caption underneath reads another collection of stories from Gani D'Angelo saga. When did the actual fuck? You flip it over and immediately drawn to the picture on the back cover, if not for the lack of flaky skin and sword figure. You say the guy looks very familiar. The name on it next to the picture means Reginald Finch. You stand there not even knowing where to start. Even in his current state, D'Angelo, or whatever his name is, remains one step ahead of you. Yeah, that's me in the picture. Reggie fucking Finch. Haven't seen him in a while. Wasn't planning to. You named yourself after one of your characters? Afraid it's more than that. I sort of became him. See, Reggie Finch was a pushover, a small-time journalist and a wannabe writer. You would never survive out there among the coteries of New York. Gani D'Angelo, on the other hand, honestly, it just sort of happened. I guess it was the only way I could make sense of it all. I mean, once you wake up looking like this, realizing your life and all that you were is gone forever, you can't really blame me for trying to at least make it interesting. I guess to some extent, we can all put on an act in front of others. We can make up characters, idealized versions of ourselves. Gives us something to live up to. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still weird, but it's not that weird. D'Angelo. For a moment, he seems to be mull over what you just told him. Finally, he picks up the ashtray off the floor. Rummaging through the ashes, he finds a mangled, half-finished cigar. Sticks it in his mouth, lights up the lighter flame, reflecting in his shades. He smiles at you ever so slightly. Thanks, kid. Tell you what, how about you take the rest of the night off? Need some time to get my shit together. Starting with this office, some dumb asshole made one hell of a mess of it. You smile and nod. He nods back. I'll be seeing you. As you leave him to his thoughts, no way to be sure, but you have a feeling he's gonna be alright. I suck. Yes, I do. Piece of paper is sticking out of your mailbox. It's a computer printout, a note in a spreadsheet in Google Maps. It reads, meet me at indicated spot tomorrow at 10 p.m. I'll pick you up and we'll take it from there. No signature. A place marked on the map is the outlook point near Pier 1 next to the Brooklyn Bridge. You check the phone that Mia passed on to you. No messages, no missed phone calls. A bitch flashy, but only one way to find out who addressed this to you. So tomorrow evening has a bread out to you. Okay. You go downstairs as soon as you wake up. One more glance at the phone, but no news from Mia. You take the guard down to Brooklyn, park on Front Street, and approach the meeting spot cautiously. A figure about Mia's side standing there, dressed in an oversized jacket and looking out towards Manhattan. As you approach, you hear her muttering something. It's true, but I do not think it's true. If I do not think it's true, then it cannot be true. If it cannot be true, then... Hey, are you the one who left the note in my apartment? The woman turns around. It's not me, and whoever it is. You've never seen her before. She's perfectly plain and unmemorable. The ink on the paper did leave a message. The ink on the paper did your face here bring. Turn around. 3 men, all burly and threatening, approach you. One takes the lead. So you got the message. Cut the crap. What is this about? We're taking a trip, friend. The boss wants to meet you. Oh, you mean Torque? What, you gotta be shitting me? Torque ain't the boss of jack shit. I mean the boss Callahan, you dumbass. I just you gotta move on. We got places to be. The voice of the woman keeps creeping into your conscience. The litany of gibberish ever present throughout this conversation. The man cracks his knuckles. We could do this the hard way. Yeah, okay, I'll go with you. Smart. They lead you down the pier onto the middle board, and the engine starts. Put this on. He points to a cloth sack. One of the guys is holding down. The woman is still there, whispering to herself. Somehow you hear her voice clearly in your head. It becomes exactly suggested to put the sack on over your head. You really don't want to do it, but your hands go through the motions of the same. It takes 15 or so minutes to reach the destination. You think the engine dies down, and you let on shore, and then further up an incline through some overgrowth. 10 more minutes of walking, maybe until a deep voice reaches your ears. Vincent, my boy, why the hood over our guest's face? We're boss, I thought. No, that will not do. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Vincent, you don't have to think. You have to listen and do what you're told, yes? Yes, boss. We'll take this particular sock off their head, will you? There comes out the owner of the deep voice's curious sight, dressed in what Columbus got as Victorian clothing and a monocle and gray hair. Excuse me, is this Callahan? Apologies for Vincent's unacceptable behavior. He can be a little thick sometimes. Isn't that right, Vincent? Oh yes, boss. Sometimes a little. I believe you already know who I am. Your boss, Callahan. Right you are. I'm guessing you know my role in the city. I represent the Anarch movement. While I'm not quite sure what you represent, have invited you to find out. Now let me make myself perfectly clear. I am disappointed in you. Truly disappointed, but I've arranged this meeting to allow you to make amends. First though, I have to make sure you understand what your infraction was. So, do you know why you're here? Is it because I want to meet Torque? Ah yes, you're not stupid, so that's a nice change of pace. Torque is the reason you're here. Or that little angry strumpet of his, I'm told. Yes, Mia. Oh, how odd. I'd love to get my hands on her gaunt neck and wring it until it breaks. But see, I'm a statesman, and that's not the prudest thing to do. No, indeed, the prudest thing to do is to tolerate both her and that blasted enmity skin mentor of hers. You folks call yourself Afro-American, correct? Oh my god, he's a fucking bigot. Bah, back in my day, we knew what being American meant. And sure as hell didn't mean being black, right? Finish with your disgusting rant? Oh, Fledging, you have no idea who you're messing with. It looks like you were raging his eyes and you feel insignificant and vulnerable, and irrational fear takes you. You cannot speak against this man again. You can't. He's just too terrifying. And I have your full attention. I will request something from you, and you will obey me to the letter. But that comes later. First, you will answer a few questions. First of all, who pointed you to Mia? Nobody. It was my idea. Oh, really? And what was the intention behind the meeting? I wanted to contact Torque. I had to go through Mia. Ah, yes, the so-called veteran loves to use petite girls to hide behind, I heard. That would check out. What did you end up discussing? I wanted to learn about the Anarch, so I asked her about the movement. Oh, child, you should have come to me then. I'm the Anarch movement in New York City, and nobody makes a secret out of it. You bet on the wrong horse, as I'm sure you'll soon learn. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Of course, I can't be sure how much of what you told me was true, or how much of it is worth about as much as yesternight's horse shit. But I'll find out. I always do. When I do, we'll have another one of these nice talks. Maybe, just maybe, avoid this upcoming unpleasant episode next time. He gives Vance a slight grin, and the burly man starts hitting you all over. You feel teeth, ribs, and fingers break. Your foot is mangled under Vince's boots. Your shoulders dislocate. Your noise wrecked. That's enough, Vincent. Leave him be. He snapped his fingers in front of your face a few times and checks if you can focus on his face. You can, but barely. I am a man of principle. Another night, and perhaps let's put you in a casket, dip it in concrete, and dump it into Hudson, my favorite of mine during the roaring 20s. Jesus. It's been a while. But, like I mentioned before, I'm nothing but prudent, so the interests of this city's kindred must come before my all needs at once. Will therefore let you continue your existence. Here's what I require in return for you. You are forbidden to meet with Torque. I'll keep an eye on you, on him. If you want to place the honor, you go through me and only me. You got it? Yeah, I have to understand what I made my associates do to you tonight, which is business. We can work out a mutually beneficial relationship. In fact, it's either that or your final death. Time to go, Vincent. Take the boat back. Leave the fledgling here. I think they have a lot to talk about. Sure thing, boss. Pleasure to making your acquaintance. Callahan walks away, as do Vince and his band of thugs. You lie on the ground for a while longer, feeling the blood slowly putting your body back together, your hunger growing. You can hear the beast calling for sustenance, for safety, for revenge, a distance but pronounced stirred desire. It's not until you lend yourself to appear more as a mugging victim than a possibly walking cadaver that you hail a passing taxi, and head back to your haven. The whole way there, you're tempted by the beast. Your driver, a 30-second with a strong Slavic accent and unpronounceable name on his ID, keeps asking me if she should drive you to the hospital. You keep declining, all the while thinking that if you only ask him to pull over for 5 minutes, you can feast on his warm blood to the beast's content. Drink him whole. Nobody would know. Nobody with wife and kids if he has them. Nobody with his boss and co-workers. Nobody but you as you look into the mirror tomorrow. Keeping your hunger at bay was never before as difficult as it is tonight. The driver stops at your apartment. There's nobody around. You can do it. Do it now. Now. You pay the driver and walk out. Fast. Leave the car behind. Don't look back. Look back. Walk back. Speed. No. Through the door. Up the stairs. Key unlock. Open your apartment. Walk in. Lock yourself in. The familiar four walls of your haven are a blessing. The beast inside you keeps nagging you, but you keep it at bay tonight. And a small feat, given your state. You are still weak. You're not quite ready. You need to rest tomorrow. Tomorrow, you'll have to feed again. Tomorrow, you have to consider your next move. Callahan is not the kind of man who quits, but tonight you rest. Waking up tonight feels different for two reasons, the beast. For one, you are pleasantly surprised that your body mended reasonably well while you're resting. It comes with a caveat, though. The hunger you feel is pronounced. The beast like a black dog on the edge of your vision following you. But what is truly remarkable is waking up to the tune of an old cell phone ring tone. An unknown number is calling the phone you got from Mia. You pick up. Keep that old thing charged after all, huh? You alright? No, actually, I feel like shit. Look, that's too bad, but I don't really care. I was just being polite. I'm calling with good news. Torque has agreed to meet with you. There's a pub in the Bronx, solid in stripes. Be there tonight. 2 things. No drinking on the premise. If you want to grab a snack, do it before setting foot in the borough. And this is exclusively no powers meeting. We'll be rubbing shoulders with commoners the whole evening. And also, we don't trust you, so keep it casual or you blow it. Anything you'd like to add? We need to meet. I need you to offer you protection for Caliban. I met him yesterday. He kicked my ass for maybe for meeting with Torque. Silence on the line. Fuck. More silence. I can't promise you any protection on your way there or back, but at the pub, you'll be in Torque's domain. For all his posturing, Callahan doesn't have the balls to strike Torque directly. We'll post additional lookouts on the watch. That's the best I can do. If Callahan got under your skin, I get it. I was in that spot once or twice. All I gotta say is the risk is worth it. If you don't show tonight, I won't blame you. There's one-time offer only. You got to hedge your bets. Just don't do anything stupid. You made a better be in good faith. She ends the call. First, you take the subway to York Street Station. Walk to Front Street. Retrieve your car. Weigh your options while driving back to your haven. You've been doing this for a good few nights, you're getting a feel for it, and what kind of predator you are, what kind of blood you crave. You were so caught up in yesterday's problem, and this cloak and dagger debacle you're now part of, and the hunt feels almost to catch tonight. A fragment of your surrender's control. Just minutes after you find your victim, coax them, and drink from them, you find you've forgotten their face and how they were dressed. It only hits you once you look at yourself in your car's rear view mirror. This was wrong. You can't let this become norm. You hurt somebody, a human being. You're a monster. You need to stay mindful of this. You're a monster. But unless you let yourself off the hook, you can hold on to your humanity and not let yourself slide down this spiral. Instead of clearing your mind, this clouds it further, and you are still no closer to a decision. You do intend on visiting Torque tonight, but you decide to drive around a bit. Something tells you there might be someone telling you. It sounds sensible to try and lose them. You spend a good 2 hours looking in your rearview mirror and driving all over the city before finally arriving in the Bronx. You take some precaution as you enter the Torque's turf. You park a few streets over from where the pub is and walk towards it while keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious. That kindred, for the most part, looks no different than regular people. Makes things complicated, of course, if you're being followed or watched. It's going to be hard to tell. You reach the pub, shoot a final glance around. There's nobody around as far as you can see, and open the door. The smell of cigarettes is overwhelming. The whole place has an aura about it, a constant fog hanging right under the ceiling. The lethargic fans do nothing to disperse it. The constant crack of bailed balls and the clinking of gas tells you all you need to know about the clientele. Not very vampiric place at all. You're wondering if you got the address right. You apparently did. Mia's here. She motions you over to one of the few tables around. Took your sweet time to get here. What, got cold feet? Never mind. Anyone follow you? Not that I know of. Fair enough. Before I introduce you, I got some outstanding business to discuss. You didn't prove very helpful at the bar. Carol, the bartender, mentioned you made an effort, but as you can imagine, there are plenty of Lex to use feminine pronouns in this city. Still, I'll take whatever I can get, so thanks for that, I guess. Come on. Torque's right there. You walk towards one, I should have threatened him with violence, towards one of the tables. A guy in a coat and a hat leans over to take his shot. He's way ahead of his opponent. The table is clear of his balls, save for an 8-ball in a tricky position. Hey, they're here. Be with you in just a moment. Excuse me. The hit is fast, precise, and sends the black ball exactly where his player wanted it. His opponent lets out a frustrated sigh. That's that. I believe that's 150 American dollars, Joey. You want to pay up now or up the stakes again? The disgruntled man accepts his defeat, pays up, and declares he's gonna grab another beer. To the victor go the spoils. Thank you kindly. He turns his attention to you. The man is good looking, is somewhat gaunt and intense. His eyes especially seem to pierce right through to your core, but not in an unpleasant way. Name's Torque. I believe you're Lamar, Sophie Langley's new plaything. Is that right? Oh shit. How does you anarchs too? How does everybody always know that? Word travels fast when you care to listen, Legend. We wouldn't be talking tonight if I hadn't learned that a long time ago. Forgive my being weird with you right off the bat, but I'd like to know who I'm dealing with. So here's something I've been scratching my head about. If you're with Langley, and Langley's cam through and through, I'm told. What is it you've come to accomplish here tonight? Sophie Langley wants to meet with you. Don't ask me why. She didn't tell me. She just said it has something to do with gathering allies against Boss Callahan. I'm here to arrange that meeting. The fuck? I knew nothing about this. T? They lied to me. Mia's furious. She's looking at the at the pool cue and at you if she was figuring out the best combination for the two. It's fine. I appreciate the honesty, even if you weren't straight up my second in command. That I don't appreciate. Well. Ain't that an interesting proposition? Can't be seriously thinking about meeting with Langley. She's hardline Cam. It's a trap. It must be. It just might be. He looks at you, pierces you in his unnaturally keen eyes. He's about to say something when the door opens at the back of the room. Hey, Torque, you got a guest. They're in the back. Mia, would you be a dear and keep our new friend company? I'll see what the commotion is. Sure thing. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Torque tips his hat to you and walks to the back, joining the man who called for him. Mia glowers at you, this time weighing one of the pool balls in her hand. She looks like she has half a mind to chuck it at your face. You gotta be quite happy with yourself bluffing your way in here. I wish I did this differently, but it is what it is. I'm not proud of myself. You shouldn't be. You made me look like a chump in front of Torque. Here I was beginning to think you might make a good addition to our little family. There's a whole lot of trust you'll have to regain before that happens now. Torque appears from the door at the back and calls across the room. Yo, Mia, can I grab you for a second? Lamar, get over here too. You go to the back room. It's basically a storage area with a single wooden desk. It's pretty cramped, especially considering there are 5 other people in here with you. Torque ushers you in and closes the door behind you and Mia. The 2 burly dudes are holding somebody down. Familiar face with your ears. Motherfuckers, you're gonna pay for this, you hear me? The boss is gonna fuck you up so bad you have no idea. Have you had the doubtful pleasure of meeting Mr. Charity before, Lamar? You could say that. You're fucked. You're so fucked you don't even know it. You stupid shit. I should have ended you yesterday. The boss told you to stay away. You should have listened. That's a story and a half, ain't it? Vince, calm down now and tell me how many of your guys are still out there on my turf, Go fuck yourself. You're done. The boss will know this stupid piece of shit Fuzzy came here. He knows they're with Langley. You know what that means, Torque. No, I don't. What does it mean, Vince? Now the boss can wipe you out. He says you're fucking... He'll say you're sucking Langley's tits and all those buddies of yours. God, you're done, Torque. Well, now, that's the case. I guess a really NYC of your toady ass won't make things any worse, will it? Actually, there's an idea. Vince mentioned he beat you up yesterday. Did I hear that right, Lamar? You want to repay the favor? Gladly. Go right ahead. Oh, fuck. Really? No, I want to... It advanced once or twice. He's chuckling in the beginning, but you focus your blood some more for some extra up and keep hitting him again, more himself laughing. He's bruised rather than broken. The 2 Anarch dudes let go off and you kick him some more while he's on the floor. You only stop when you hear Torque's voice. Enough's enough, Lamar. He takes an old pool cue and breaks it over his knee. Take him downstairs. Keep Callahan guessing about what happened to his favorite puppy. Mia takes the sharp piece of wood and jams it into Vince's chest. His features grow slack, his entire body inert. He doesn't even give out a yelp. The other 2 Anarchs take him out of the room. As entertaining as that was, I think Vince's unmatched wisdom shared more than Callahan would hope for. This changes things. Ever heard of Operation Lights Out? Lamar, it was a second Inquisition effort here in NYC. A single night of raids at a magnitude never seen before or since. The Ivory Towers got away with a few losses here and there. No major players were hit. They managed to find safe spots and stay out of the eye of the shitstorm. Us though, we got hit hard all over town. Havens were out. Entire countries and safe houses gone. Just like that. Nobody saw it coming. I barely got out in one piece. Mia looks at him with concern and puts a hand on his arm. He shrugs it off, gently but surely. Others like my child Barb or Mia's sire, extinguished. But you know who's got out without a scotch? Callahan. We thought about it for the past few years. How is it that Big B managed to excuse himself from the Staten Island Museum, where we used to meet, just before vans full of guys in body armor showed up? How is it that as my baby is burning up after being shot with incendiary rounds, I also see Doug Callahan running with his tail between his legs, pushing fledglings like you in the path of the SI? We think the bastard knew what was coming, and he set us up. Not just up. Some of our brothers and sisters who got hit had some of his lowest profiles in the city. His lick population. Wait, sorry. Some of our brothers and sisters who got hit had some of the lowest profiles in the city's lick population. Yeah, I said that right. Sorry. The moral of the story: Callahan is an opportunistic motherfucker, and if even his thickest follower suggests he's gonna sell me out, then that's what he's gonna do, as sure as the sun rises. He pauses for a moment, and you see him reach at his decision. He says something about Langley having an offer for me. It might be your fault in part that I'm at this juncture, but now this is going to be as good as a time as any to listen to what she has to say. I don't think that's wise, T. Well, what would you have me do then? You said it yourself. It's all this message's fault. They brought this on us. So let's use it as a bargaining chip. Callahan wants them. Langley needs them. They're valuable. Guys, I'm sorry it turned out this way. I really am. I'm just a messenger in this. Don't throw me under the bus. That's just it. CT? They're just a messenger. What if this whole thing was planned? What if Langley is looking to score brownie points with the prince? This is all a setup. If that's the case, we'll be on the point of no return anyway. So what if Callahan wants to sell pledging? He wants us out of the picture. He'll find a reason. If not tonight, then soon. Mia, I understand your concern, but I need you to trust me like you did before. This is my call and my responsibility. You can give me shit about it later, like I'm sure you will. Count on it. He smiles. Takes on a no bullshit look and points at you. 3 conditions. First, you come pick me up personally and bring me to the meeting spot. Anything goes sideways, it's your ass. Second, Mia's coming with me. No two ways about it. 8 eyeballs in the meeting. The 2 of you, the 2 of us. Nobody else. And third, the meeting's in public, downtown. Some spot frequented by mortals. We see you take us anywhere fishy, we check out and fuck you up as a message to Langley. I count on it not coming to that, though. You seem likable enough. The cam hasn't gotten his talons in you yet. Keep it up, and maybe you'll come to the same conclusion we did in your own time. I'll make sure I'll repeat your conditions to Sophie. You do that. Best be on your way. Ask for me here when you need me. The bartender knows how to get in touch. Just ask him to put the owner on the line. Mia walks you to the door and accompanies you to your car. Listen, about what I said before. Save it. She freezes for a second, then shrugs her shoulders. Your call. See ya. She starts walking back to the bar and start the engines and head back to Sophie's apartment. Time to give Sophie the good news. She welcomes you as openly as ever, clearly excited to see you and what news you might bring. Good evening, Lamar. How's your task going? You have something for me, perhaps? I did what you asked. The meeting is set up. Excellent. Experience any problems? During my meeting with Torque, the same guy who beat me yesterday, Vince, showed up. He's Callahan's goon. We have to assume he knows I met Torque, but that just means we have to bring the plan to a close. And thanks to your good timing, we're just a day away from that. Let's hear, what did Torque agree to? Relay the Anarch's leader's conditions. You are to pick him and Mia up. The meeting should only include the full review, and it should be held in a public space. Those are all fair enough, although I do worry about that Mia character. Tell me, do you think she's trustworthy? Well, Torque trusts her, so we can too, I think. Very well. As for the place, I wonder... Yeah, she's just paranoid. I wonder if they would agree to meeting in Hudson Yard, the vessel. Plenty of tourists visit that place, but we go there after midnight. She seems to have made up her mind. Yes, bring them there tomorrow night. Look for me near the top level. Tomorrow already? I didn't think they were expecting me back so soon. Yes, tomorrow for reasons that shall be made obvious when we talk. Pick them up at midnight and drive back to Midtown. That's the plan. We'll be waiting as long as it takes, within reason. I'm counting on you, Lamar. The final puzzle piece is about to find its way to the destination. After that, we will all get our just reward. You, me, the Camarilla, even the Anarchs. I could kiss you. Yes, you would like that. You desire that. You desired it. She just might caught it to your expression. She smiles. A figure of speech, darling. At least it was tonight. Or a few nights from now, who knows? I'm growing fond of you. And success whets my appetite for these kind of things. The sexual tension in the room becomes unbearable till it suddenly disappears. Was this another one of Sophie's tricks, or an actual sparkle or arousal on both of your undead bodies? I think it's the former. You certainly felt the blood flow through you for a short moment. The warmth in your groin takes you by surprise. You didn't think you could do that anymore. Or did you just imagine it? Use the rest of the night well, Lamar, and rest. We are but a day's sleep away from shaking the city awake. The streetlights filter into the apartment with a stark white glow as if someone were shooting a movie outside. The art pieces display a tasteful experience entirely fitting the image you have of Sophie. It feels like that as if 1,000 sins have been committed on these premises, most of them under the benevolent hospitality. Sophie comes to greet you as you enter the living room, shaking her head. You understand that the people judge me based on how you dress, don't you? Sophie looks at your clothes as if resigned to your sartorial limitations. I tried to dress inconspicuously because of the masquerade. It's very sensible of you. I suppose I should commend you for that. Supposedly, Sophie walks to the window and looks out. The streetlights play their features. She reminds you of a queen contemplating the unfortunate limitations of her subjects. You think that as a vampire, at least we would have to worry about the vultures of the press. Unfortunately, when you have the power and ability, there are always parasites trying to feed on you. Is there a reporter after you? Yes, a terribly persistent creature. Sophie steps away from the window and settles down on a sofa, a wine glass with a red liquid in it, but treated as not to spoil. You become good at noticing the scent, even from a distance. She doesn't offer you any as you cautiously sit down across from her. This awful man has been stuck in my apartment with a camera. He's gone through my trash, talked to my neighbors. Please be a dear and explain to him that there is nothing for him here. Is this about the masquerade? That's a big deal for us, right? Indeed, you're learning. This must happen often. How do you usually deal with it? Everyone has their own way. Sometimes the problem goes away with a bit of money or sharp words. Other times you need something more. You know anything about this reporter? Man, woman, young, anything like that? All gossip reporters look the same to me. Time for you to go. I have business to attend to. Leave the apartment as Sophie disappears into another room. They don't have a clear idea of the game she plays with the city's mortal or immortal power structures, but she always seems to be making a move. Outside the street, there is a slight warm drizzle, the kind that gets under your clothes. It makes you want to take a shower when you get back to your own haven. No reporters immediately jump out to you. You start with the basics of investigative work. You ask the proprietor of a bodega around the corner, the homeless man sleeping in a nearby doorway, and the doorman of another building, whether they've seen anyone strange. Detective work produces results. You get the description of a man who sounds like a reporter. Older, overweight, pasty, and in bad physical condition. Professional camera. But you know what you're looking for. It's not difficult. You spot a man who matches the description and follow him. Into an alley, a dark, dingy space between two tall buildings. Once upon a time and place like this might have worried you, make you think of muggings and violence. Now it's clear that the most dangerous thing here is you. The man you are following seems to realize this too. He holds his camera in front of him like a shield. It's heavy, objective, resting in his paunch. With a start, you recognize him. You remember the face, the shaded sunglasses from the picture next to a byline of some trashy newspaper, some trashy paper. The article was about a friend of yours, an artist who was reported to be dating a celebrity. It was true, but celebrity didn't want to be associated with your friend and broke it off afterwards. For months, your friend cursed Dorothy's name. Hey, don't go around scaring people like that. Welcome to Knuckletown, fat man. Let's make this fun for at least one of us. Whoa, 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 I'm a reporter. A lot of scoops here in this dirty alley. You can't be a journalist if you're not willing to get your hands dirty. Do you live here? I'm working on a story about a local resident. Her name is Sophia Langley. Everybody knows her in high society circles. The way you look, I'm guessing you might know her too. She's a redhead, pretty as a picture, and there were a lot of pictures of her through the years. That's the thing, in fact. Look at this. Frank pulls out his phone and starts showing you pictures. Some have been downloaded from news sites, while others are photos from the society pages from newspapers from past decades. All show Sophie. She has different clothes, hairstyles, makeup, names, but the face remains the same. Damn, she needs to delete me account. What the fuck? So you're a stalker of some sort? Come on, I'm just doing my job. You must have a theory about what's happening. I have a theory or two. Before I print my theory, I need facts to back it up. 3 words: extreme plastic surgery. All celebrities do it. Only her doc is better than the rest. You look critically at the photos on Frank's phone. You thinking the world's best plastic surgeon is working out in this alley? Okay, fine. I don't know what this is about. So how would you explain it? Ever consider the possibility that those pictures are a hoax? Sure, anything could be a hoax, but I dug up these old papers from the archives myself. I got to have something usable. The powers of the blood make kindred feel like you're looking at Frank and just how you can administer this beatdown without the help from your undead nature. This was the wrong moment to develop personal pride. You punch Frank in the mouth. Perhaps the most important thing about your new vampiric existence is getting used to violence. You have to defend yourself. Frank falls down to one knee. This is not defending yourself. Please don't. You smack Frank across the face. You feel his perspiration sticking to your skin. Blood wells from his mouth. You have a sudden urge to bite down and drink. Sophie probably won't appreciate a corpse in the alley next to her, You're home, so you strain yourself. Frank is on all fours and work out. You pick up the camera and casually fling it to the wall. The telephoto lens breaks off. Oh my god, please don't. I'll just hit you some more. What do you say? Frank staggered upright, runs out of the alley as best he's able, leaving his ruined camera behind. You look after his receding figure. What if he has the courage to return? Jesus, I beat the shit out of that man. You wake up. This is not your haven. It's a cramped space. You try to move your arms and finally are tied to your body. You can barely bend your legs. When you try to stretch your neck, you hit a cold ceiling. You can't quite believe it, but there's a coffin or something close enough to it. It vibrates such that you can't hear any sounds coming from outside. It's entirely dark. Focus and divert your blood to boost your senses. You begin to duck some details. Vibrations means it's some kind of transport, maybe a car. You can hear a suggestion of an engine hum. The cold interior is metal for sure. Most sounds that you're trying to focus on. Man's voice. Indistinct, a crackle on the radio, the brakes of a car, an impact, the container jostles about, the car opens violently, you hear a gun being cocked, a panic screamed. Operation Compromise, engaging blank bodies. A deafening sound shoots ring to your ears. Dazed, you return to your senses to their normal level. The ringing continues, the lid comes off. What the? We found you, Tamika. You're trying to cross the border, right? Walk right into an Imperial ambush. There's that asshole over there. Come on, get up. We gotta get going. Seeing their faces surprising even more in these circumstances, how we realize the imminent danger and follow your companions out of the car and down a street in North Bronx. The van has crashed into another car. A familiar face, that of Kaiser Ghoul Jackie, stumbles out of a wrecked sedan and sinks away into the dark before you can call after him. The three of you jog away towards the line of trees. Take shelter under the branches. Just as you hear a chopper approaching, its searchlight illuminates a wrecked van and moves towards you. Hide now. See Tamika literally going underground, melding under the earth beneath you, her feet as if she was being swallowed up. You look to Hope, but she's not here. You haven't seen any movement. It's just the tree she's leaned against a scant few seconds ago. You're left alone with just seconds to make your move before the spotlight finds you. You take off before the light reaches you. In a single dash, you find an overgrown mound behind an old tree. You realize you didn't have to run that far. The searchlight passes through where you were standing just seconds ago, but it doesn't actually reach much further into the park. The helicopter flies on. It's just like frantically moving through the vicinity as your companion once again appears in proximity. Close call. You have to get out of here before SI puts boots on the ground. Just tell me what's going on. Hope. Build them in while we walk. Follow me. Your life up to this point, everything you knew, it was a highly advanced VR simulation. Welcome to the real world. Your blank stare, what makes her crack? Shut up. No, actually, the SI First Light in this case, I think, raided your haven and took you in. And they were just transporting you out of town. Kaiser told us which route they take. How does the SI know where I live? Messed up your security. Next time, keep your antivirus software up to date. Avoid questionable websites and only download software. Shut up. I know this already. That's alright. Come on, stay low. The SI might still be around. Kaiser's familiar car stops nearby and the back door opens. Your allies rush you inside to join you. Being inside this mobile fortress never felt like a relief until now. Hey, fledgling, miss me? Yeah, actually, kinda did. Nah, that's so see. I hate to break it to you, but I didn't take a sudden liking to you. I'm here on business. You're here now only because I told your buddies that they're neck deep in shit. That van you're in, one-way ticket to Hertzfeld, Pennsylvania. I broke you out as a favor. Now you owe me big. Hope snorts. What's so funny, gesture? Hertzfeld, Pennsylvania. What, you like it? Yeah, it's literally the funniest thing I've ever heard. Is that a Usenet? Is there a Usenet where you workshop these bits with other ancient demons? Can I get in? Everyone's a critic. How the hell did you know the SI broke into my haven and took me away? Did I piss poor at an insult fledgling? I keep eyes on you ever since little job you did for me in Nolita. You know, in case I need you for something else, I had to know your comings and goings. Guess the rooms are true. The old fire surprisingly good at keeping up with information flow from the city, despite his age, probably in the top 3. Gee, thanks, Sugar. To be fair, you're in the top 10. He gives up what you assume is a lecturous smile. Hope seems only momentarily insulted by the top 10 remark. I have a good idea why the SI hit you, Lamar. Not that there aren't a ton of good reasons for it. It might have been one of these, for instance. The screens and cards are flickering. Each of them now show a short loop clip. It's you getting into a fight, feeding using one of your powers. You haven't exactly kept a low profile, Fledging. I get it. You're new to this. You didn't know better, yada yada yada. The fact is, the SI has tons of this stuff. Oh, so security camera footage, YouTube videos posted by onlookers, social media polls for victims today. Like I said, I didn't think any one of these did you win slip-ups happened. The reason I need you walking and talking to Lamar is to test that a hypothesis of mine. Excuse me. For that, I need you to finish what you were tasked to do. So first things first, here. He hands you the phone. The number's already dialed. You hear a tone. Somebody picks up. Who is this? It's me, Sophie. Lamar, are you okay? They're fine and dandy. Kaiser, what are you doing on this line? What do you think? It's my phone your protege is using, so keep it snappy. Open your secure network isn't cheap. Come on, Lamar, see you tonight. Kamika and Hope saved me from second musicians. I only got up because of them. The companions look at each other knowingly. Aside, that's what I fear. Listen, the plan, we need to do it tonight. But if the Inquisition is involved and you broke out, they'll be looking for you, so we can't meet in public. I have a place in mind, but Kaiser, are you listening? Would I tell you if I wasn't? Lamar, call this number from where you visited before last we spoke. I'll come pick you up. She hangs up, and that's that. What is it that you've gotten yourself into? This is my chance to prove myself. No need to answer that riddle. I think I almost arrived at the answer. Sorry to spoil the fun. I am tired. But I'll answer that particular riddle momentarily. Don't worry, doll. I can throw a few other ones your way after our mutual acquaintance continues with their night. If my intel is worth a damn, the next stop, Lamar, is right about here. The car comes to a stop and the door opens. Outside you see the streets leading to Solids and Stripes, Torque's pool pub. Well, you need me to kick you out? What about Tamika and Hope? What about them? They're staying right here where they are, and we're gonna have a little chat. After we're done, I'm sure they'll find their way back to their aim just fine. The clock is ticking. I know what Sophie wants to do tonight. If I'm right, tonight's the last chance you got. If you want to say bye to your buddy before we go, that's fine by me. But that schedule of yours is pretty hectic, so you better do it now and scram. We thank both of your chemistry assistant. Without them, you will be here right on. Kaiser makes a gagging gesture and urges you to step out the car. You turn around and make your way to the bar. The door closes behind you, and Kaiser's limo starts moving again. You hope your companions won't have to pay too high of a price for helping you. The Solids and Stripes is pretty much abandoned tonight, and only the bartender and one blurry-eyed local watching an old Bogart movie on the bar's screen. You actually use the phone and call Sophie. You know, I've been streaming for like 5 hours, and this is exactly what I was afraid of last time. Yes? I'm at the bar. Good. We'll be in there in 15 minutes. If Torque isn't there, notify him. We need to move and fast. She hangs up. You tell the bartender to notify Torque. Just like the Anarch leader mentioned you should. The man makes a short call. You only hear someone pick up, but no words exchanged. The owner's on his way right now. Can I get you anything while you're waiting? Actually, do you serve the special stuff? The bartender raises an eyebrow. The special reserving me? Sorry, I can only serve that to a narrow selection of the owner's friends. Well, I'm one of his friends. Nah, it's a list. You're not on the list. I know, because it hasn't changed for a while. Sorry. Everything else at the bar is up for grabs. Sure you don't want something? You shake your head. Tark comes in some 10 minutes later without Mia. He tips his hat to you, puts a hand on blurry-eyed Patron's shoulder and says something under his breath. They both laugh. Marty, how's the night going? Quiet, sir. Just how you like it, huh? Well, Lamar, I believe you wanted me here for a reason. Let's hear it. I'll just tell him what brought you here. When the doors open and Sophie walks in, all splendor and charisma. The patient's eyes are now glued to her, and so are the bartenders. Tark isn't happy with the sight, but this isn't what we agreed on. Lamar, care to explain? Things got complicated. We had to improvise. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I believe Lamar already told you why I'm here. Not in any detail. The circumstances of our meeting were supposed to be different, so Miss Landing, tell me why I shouldn't ask you to leave and kick out your protege while I'm at it. You will like what I have to say. Yes, I've heard that line 100 times, but 99 of those ended up with someone getting hurt, and that's not something I'm in the mood for tonight. We're wasting time. There's a unique opportunity we should take advantage of. We only have an hour so to discuss it before it's time to act. My driver is waiting outside. Wait a goddamn minute. First of all, I'm not going anywhere without Mia. That's the deal. Second, it's Lamar who's supposed to do the driving, not just serve it. Both serve me. So it really it's of no little difference. The circumstances change, we have to adapt. Don't be stubborn. Foolishness does not suit you. I have a secure plan in mind where we can chat. I'll stop you right there. Tark is seated, but kept a lid on his anger. His voice barely changes. My conditions were clear. The way I hear it, you want to break each one of them. I see no reason at all to agree to any of this. I believe I'll be staying put tonight. You have places to be, yes? Tark, you're throwing away the only chance you have at challenging Callahan. Don't be a fool. The lid comes off. Call me a fool one more time, woman. That's not the only thing I'm going to be throwing. We're both acting like children. You put your differences aside and see others' points of view. Both and Sophie glare at you. No powers, just their personas are enough to make you feel like you prefer to be anywhere else but here. Who the fuck do you think you are? There's only one child here, Lamar. You're the patron, Langley. What does that tell us? What are you implying, you insolent? Shots break front windows and a flashbang goes off in the room, changing the bar into a space of white light and ringing noise. You feel someone tugging at your back and are thrown behind the bar. More shots ring out. Bottles break. The TV shatters into pieces. The bar splinters. Your sight comes back. You think you got done because suddenly the room is quiet. You see Tark beside you and Marty, the bartender, bleeding out on the floor. You look over at the bar. It's a sigh. Still, Sophie is standing there, her dress partly tattered, a visible hole in her leg. She is like a heart of a supernova, entrancing, unavoidable, beautiful, and terrifying. In front of her are 8 operatives looking like private military forces, standing there, paralyzed by Sophie's magnificence. Tark, you still there? Yeah. Would you kindly show your guests some hospitality? Sure thing. The Anarch is gone in a blink of an eye, and he reappears next to one of the soldiers. The armored-clad operative's head disappears in a puff of smoke and bone. The same thing happens to the second. The third, you hear the radios go off on the other shoulders, and the radio goes off on the other shoulders. Soldiers. That's why I have a hard time saying that. A panicked voice pleading to them to wake up. The fourth head pops. The fifth. They finally realize what's happening, but it's too late. The sixth man is beheaded by what you now see as Tark's bare-fisted punch. Tark, stopped by the seventh badge, ripped something off his neck and bites down. Sophie walks over to the last man and has him kneel in front of her before biting as well. On your right, a man in full body armor emerges from the back door, raises his assault rifle. What the fuck? With a rush of speed, take hold of the soldier's gun. He's too surprised to hold on to it. You turn on him, shout the first thing comes to your mind. On the ground now. A combat knife crashes through the soldier's visor and into his skull. You turn around. Tark is grinning. He mouths something under his breath. You can hear the exact words. Still got it. Langley. Sophie wipes her mouth of blood and looks at him. That meeting still an item? Yes. I'll take it. Splendid. Tark walks behind the bar and checks on the bartender. You see the Anarch open his own wrist and feed blood to the wounded man. Drink up, Marty. I'll make you feel better. Get the hell out of here. Wait for me, and she's coming and knows what to do. And she'll know what to do. Tark? Yeah, come in. Take the back door. Lamar, come on. You sneak back into an alley behind the door, leaving 10 bodies and one grievously wounded girl behind. Nobody stops you from circling around the block and finding your way to Sophie's car. Gregory drives away casually, as if this just as if this was just another late night drive and not the crowning of a desperate, complicated evening. The sense of irony is just overwhelming. The place where Sophie bought Torque turns out to be the very same apartment in which you were embraced. The way she explains it, the vampire who owned it left the city a few years ago, then gave away spare keys to a few trusted compatriots. It's been used sporadically since. Fancy. You like it? It always felt too modern for my taste. What's important that it's secure, as long as nobody followed your car here, or the fledgling. Trouble follows this wherever they go. Even if that's the case, we have very little time to conduct our business here anyway. So we'll be leaving soon, I hope. So let's begin. You look so excited. Finally, you learn what it is that you're working towards for more than a week, and what it is that Kaiser wanted you to participate in. I have it on good authority that Bouse Callahan is bloodbound to Prince Panhard. What? Work sucks air in Audi. That's an accusation and a half there, Langley. Got proof? No. We're just a boat ride away from getting it. What is that supposed to mean? Lamar, the address I procured from Kaiser was the meeting spot for Panhard and the Baron's regular sharing of blood and other bodily fluids. If the rumors are true, oh no. Wait, Kaiser knew about this? Is there anything that insufferable clump of dead skin doesn't know in this city? He knows things, but only shares them if you pay. Neither the Prince nor Callahan can touch him. He's too useful. Kaiser said something about having plans for me and that he wanted me to make this meeting happen. That can't be good, right? That's an interesting board. I think Kaiser might be as interested in shaking up the status quo as we are. A chaotic landscape makes for a great market for him, unlike a static one. I don't like playing into that creep's hands, but at least now I know that I'm doing it. The devil, and all that. What was the address he gave you? They meet regularly on Ellis Island. In fact, their next scheduled meeting starts in just about half an hour. Ah, damn, I guess you want to crash that meeting. Why? So you can see the proof for yourself, so I can be sure too, and so that I have an extra pair of eyes for Panhard to consider when I present her my ultimatum. The Prince must abandon her seat and leave New York City. She can go wherever she pleases, but if she stays, the entire court will know, and the next princeman might not look favorably on her past. Dealing with anarchs, especially so close, is a punishable offense in the Camarilla, as I'm sure you've heard. So I did. Torque strokes his beard and looks intently at Sophie. What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Say you remove Panhard and even remove Callahan, then what? Torque, did you ever wonder why Callahan is keeping you in check? Because I wonder why the Prince condemns anarchs during her Elysium during her visits to Elysium, but doesn't allow the Ivory Tower to challenge you. She or they have engineered the status quo, not for the good of the sex, but for private gain. They keep us all in mind because it lets them hold on to power that much longer. Your goal is to what? Make this Cold War turn hot? Not a great plan. Your camus will get your butts kicked out of NYC in no time. If your anarchs manage to organize, which I doubt you will, at any rate, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Why isn't that separated by like a semicolon? I don't stand alone in this. This entire operation has been years in the making. Torque, I'm offering you a chance to square things with Callahan and level the playing field. If we get rid of these two, we can start on equal footing at the next stage of this dance macabre. Do I factor into this plan at all? Yes, we'll be taking you with us to Ellis Island. Both had another set of eyes to witness the Prince and the Baron in the act as a bit of added security. I don't think Ellen or Callahan would dare lay a finger on me, but they'll not find me unprepared. You know, after all those years I spent in Callahan's shadow and taking part in all the kindred's measuring contests, I should expect a ruse, some ploy to kill me in an out of way place. Sorry, that's our inherent paranoia talking. My gut tells me it's time to get the show started. I do hope you have a boat nearby, Langley. Sophie sighs mischievously. Of course I do. It's waiting for us by the pier. Lead the way then. Moonlight's burning. The three of you leave the apartment and walk towards the pier. No one seems to be following you. You get on a small patrol boat and double time it through the Hudson's cold, dark waters. Out of all the places in NYC where the Prince and the Baron could meet, it's Ellis Island, a landmark with a dark past, a museum on one hand, a dilapidated piece of history on another. You leave the boat and make your way to the southern part of the island, paying no heed to the renovated tourist attractions on the northern side. You expect some resistance, a night guard, a helicopter flying overhead, or maybe an NYPD patrol boat. Nothing. The island seems completely deserted. It's clear that this sets Sophie on edge. She moves as quietly and subtly as ever, whatever. But as you can see, she's eager to reach the particular house her intel pointed out. Turk is following suit, grimly determined, flashing his piercing layers all over, still clearly uncertain that this isn't some kind of con. Finally, you see a light coming from a window in one of the buildings at the edge of the island. The three of you slowly creeping closer to the building, taking a look inside the window. There it is, Callahan, leaning in front of the Prince, sucking on him. Oh, wow. And Archwrist, both fully clothed, a small blessing. Torque makes his move, and before Sophie can stop him, he busts through the building's doors. It all happens very quickly. Torque grabs Callahan by the shoulder and throws him through the still open door. Callahan hits the ground hard. Torque appears on top of it and still starts punching. You fucker, you piece of shit. Stop. The Prince's voice takes hold for just long enough to make Torque relent, which the Baron uses to the fullest. He shoves Torque off himself and tries to bite down. Prince, call off your lapdog. Langley, what's the meaning of this? The two anarchs break apart, both wounded, but neither is quite done. They look at one another with pure hatred. Kill the bitch, Helen, but leave the fledgling to me. Right after I deal with this shit stain, a shrill, unpleasant laugh fills the air. You know who it belongs to. So entertaining, truly. It feels almost a shame to break up this spectacle, but alas. Thomas? Who the fuck is this joker? Ah yes, I don't think we met though. I do hear a lot about you, Mr. Torque. My name is Thomas Arturno, and Callahan uses moments of uncertainty to strike. He's still too slow for Torque, who throws the boss onto the lawn where the two exchange blows again. Helen, if you be so kind as to ask your friend to not hurt our guest too much. Callahan, don't kill him. This time Callahan comes out on top and grabs Torque in an iron hold. Your companion struggles but can't quite break away. I will not be denied, Helen. Not this time. You will do as I command. And she will do as I command her, Douglas, oh boy. What? Like I said, like I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I feel like I need to break up this little speckle. It's been going on for much too long. You think you're so Spartan lately. You and your clique figured out that there was something fishy going on all on your own, but you were always working with just a piece of the puzzle. Wasn't she, Lamar? Sophie looks at you, shocked and disappointed. What I'm talking about, you ask. You fool, you fledgling, you don't know, how could you? Only I knew, and your sire, of course. They're the ones who agreed to embrace you after some negotiations. You hear a scream and a curse. It's Callahan, whose arm has been nearly ripped off his body. Torque breaks out of the Baron's grasp, but doesn't continue the attack. Instead, he's at the edge of the water, and in the blink of an eye disappears into the Hudson. Only a trace of him is his fedora. Another acting going off script at the very end, eh? No matter. Let him bring us some amusement now that the production is almost wrapped up. He'll reach his allies. He'll tell everyone of this. Helen, and if we naively assume his nights are numbered, now that he's in the SI sights, the show must go on one way or another. Wouldn't hurt to encourage leaks and speculation. Sophie looks at you. How could you, Mama? I saved you. Ardono suddenly appears next to her, slaps her in the face. Langley, what happened to your self-esteem? You really can't think of a simple neonate has outplayed you, or maybe this oblivious act is your way of groveling for mercy. Thomas, what? You thought that being an expert chess player would always be enough. You never realized the people at the top simply flip the chess board over and punch you in the face when they don't like how the game is going. He motions to the remaining kindred. But the thing is, you weren't even playing the game you knew. Lamar, just another pawn placed on the board by my associate. You thought Jesus Christ, dude, are you serious? You thought they were your piece since you took them in, but who gave you that idea? You returned to the night where you were judged by the Prince Panhard, the woman in red, somebody speaking to her. A man in glasses, the man standing before you now. This is cruel. We know what's going to happen. If only somebody would speak up for the poor child, they could be a useful tool for the Camarilla. Wow. Terror creeps onto Sophie's face. Of course, those are not the words you heard, were they? No. You're already grasping for some opportunity to further your scheme, to put the bait out, and you took it hook, line, and sinker. After that, it was only a matter of time before you started using Lamar as your errand boy. No one is quite as easy to track and monitor as a native fledgling who's just learning the ropes. What is it you want, Tomas? What do I want? Oh boy. The answer is so simple but so hard to put into words. Unstable stability. Cutting edge tales of thrills and intrigue that push it to the limit and then returns you to the tried and tested status quo, gently, infallibly. A system full of distracting moving parts will simulate conflict so convincingly that its users never feel a need to direct their energy towards upsetting the system. Oh my god, stop. Achieving the eternal through the disposable, building a city that is like a ship of Theseus, constantly changing its parts and always maintaining the same purpose, serving the same goal at all times. A large-scale infrastructure that has something like an exhaust system for the spirit, something that disperses the toxicity around instead of concreting. Is he just... It's the sources of toxicity around instead of concentrating it in a single place. None of what you're saying makes sense. Not even that's the problem. That's the problem. His words are falling apart. Arterio's mobility stopped in his track. He stares into the sky for a few seconds before a sad grin appears on his face. Spoken like someone who has never really had what it takes to make it in big leagues. With his theatrical snap of fingers, he gives his sentence a sense of finality. Something's changed in the air. A woman's shape slinks behind Sophie's back. Goodbye, Sophie. A person appears behind Sophie. You can't believe your eyes. It's Adelia Davis holding garden shears in her hands. You take off and rush to Sophie. It only takes a few steps before a figure blinks right in front of you and pushes you away. Arturo. Oh, wow. You heard the shears snap. Sophie's red hair conceals her face as her head falls, separated from her shoulders. Silence. Arturo's unpleasant laughter erupts right in front of you. Oh, Lamar, your career is moving at breakneck pace, moving up and up and up. Let me congratulate you on your promotion. What do you want from me? What's the rush? I was about to get to that. Helen, feel free to leave us and take the Baron with you. Tomas, I don't think you should. Shh, you're just being jealous. Adelaide, escort, I never pronounce her name right. Escort the prince and dear old Douglas, please. Sure thing, darling. You're left alone next to Sophie's body. You try not to look, but it's hard to ignore her, I don't know how to pronounce that, frame decomposing in front of your eyes. Congratulations, you won this little game. You set out on a suicide mission and successfully brought down the power-hungry wannabe tyrant, even if it probably wasn't the way you imagined it. Now you're free to enjoy paradise again, life after death, immortality, eternal youth. What they don't tell you is, of course, living in paradise is inherently sinful when not everyone can partake, but you had time to learn how to live with sin, don't you? He takes a melancholic look at the city skyline surrounding him. The Statue of Liberty, the lights of Manhattan shimmering in the distance. You know, New York has taught me to believe in fate. 1 second. My unlife began right here. It began with utter despair. My first instinct was to drown myself in books and kept reading and reading until literature gave me the piece of wisdom I needed to go on. Personally, I found reading a silly hobby in retrospect. I always had this minuscule hope that the next sentence I'd read could finally bring me salvation, but it never did. It only gave me fuel for this elevated, righteous, intellectual suffering. But the more I read, the easier it was for me to boil every paragraph down into a powerful relationship. The characters influence each other, the writer trying to impress the reader, etc. etc. The strings everyone pulls started to look like strands that weave into the fabric of fate. Once I saw its beauty, I got teary-eyed. My architect instincts kicked into overdrive. No, I get it now. He wasn't full of shit, actually. I didn't have to submit to fate. All I had to do was cooperate with it and wait for my time to shine, give it my input whenever I needed until it trusted me to do more. Tomas steps over at what's left of Sophie, wiping his glasses with elegant cloth from his pocket, and it did. Fate let me look after the city. With my architect's tools, I started quietly shaping the streets and corridors, while Kaiser this elk shaped the information flow, and amongst many tools his process gave me, one of them was a way to reliably come up with useful agents like you. The methods that I used were cool at times, but the root was there. All you had to do was follow. So many people write rule book passages, the others plan city arteries. In the end, the effect is the same. Someone always follows. He puts on the glasses and gives you a hard look. You know, I've grown fond of you. You did so well. Even when that idiot Callahan tipped the Inquisition off, you still got out. I like that kind of resourcefulness. I could use that kind of resourcefulness. He uncovers his wrist. So take my blood, just enough so we can start off on the right foot as a sign of good faith, a sign that you're ready to play in the big leagues, ready to behold the sights I prepared for you. What do you say, Lamar? Jesus Christ. No, he wasn't full of shit. He just couldn't find the right words. Oh, jeez. That's crazy, bro. Are you serious? I gotta go. I gotta go grab some to eat, but I was... Oh boy, if you like what you see, please follow, subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. God, I played that for way too long. I was falling apart like midway through that. Have a good night. Happy Sunday.